All right, guys, give me a second. I'm gonna grab a coffee. Opening options interest on SPX is shifting bearish. We're opening below the 4400 puts and the 4410 puts that we closed at on Friday. So there's definitely a little bit of downward pressure, but holding these levels sub 4400 is important as we move into the afternoon. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Oh, you'll have a macchiato, will you? Cortados are better. Whoa, we get a typed warning about AFK. Stream has become too classy. Are we buying SPX calls today? Well, I still have some open at 44.20, but I don't know if they're going to go in the money. There's a little bit of opportunity here for the longs to stabilize before volatility becomes too fluid going into tomorrow's expiration. So yeah, there's one last day for them to pump it, or at least try to hold on to our current levels. It looks like they're kind of fleeing their positioning en masse. It'll be hard to turn this back around, but we're still in a positive gamma environment, so it can be turned around. VIX calls free money. I own a few. I bought them for July and next Wednesday. Do you think Bruce Banner would be a good broker? Because of the gamma? Interesting. Maybe. That's, well, in a positive gamma environment, they're selling into upward price movement, buying into falling prices. So harder to go down. Negative is selling into falling prices, buying into rising prices, so higher volatility. If you were a walrus named Timothy, would you be buying QQQ 365Ps? Excuse me? If I was a walrus, my name would be Walter, first of all, not Timothy. And then maybe. Ruh-roh, we're failing the test. I see that. I'm also here. You know, for a place called Martha's Vineyard, I didn't see any grapes anywhere. There was a lot of wine, but I didn't see any grapes. Yes, I do think JPA's speeches will have a significant impact on the SPX. Him maintaining his hawkish pause stance is going to be pretty important. The thing about the congressional hearing is it's actually not important, right? He's just going to reiterate a bunch of shit he already said before, but it's far more public than an FOMC meeting, right? It's got a lot more press coverage. We all think JPA is a celebrity, but that's because we look at financial news. No one else knows who the fuck he is. Exactly how much wine did you drink? I didn't drink any wine. Although maybe if I had. I was quite hungover. I'm still quite hungover, I think. How far away from 4,400 do we need to pull for those puts to capitulate? They're already underwater. They are. Um, I would probably say below 43.90. Although, you know, the 4,400 positions didn't get squeezed out the other day until we hit like 4,418, right? So they've got some theta on their positions. They're gonna be reticent to give that up. Not to mention the fact that it, you know, getting squeezed out of their positions here endangers their positions at 43.75, which endangers their positions at 43.50, which could push them below the collar at 43.20, which puts them at risk of falling below gamma neutral, right? Like it, giving up here is dangerous for them. And with VIX's expiration tomorrow, they still have a little bit of control, right? If volatility gets, you know, kind of unpinned tomorrow alongside the JPOW speech and starts to rise, they're already in trouble regardless of the price, right? They've sold Vega exposure to a significant degree. No daily. No, I fucking woke up at like 9:20. Well, that's not true. I actually woke up at 7:15. I closed some futures contracts, turned my alarm off, and then went back to sleep. We see a little pump up to close the gap and try to close those positions before letting it grind down. That's possible. Is it unrealistic for them to hope to hold the entire market up, or are they trapped? Well, they now have to deal with the fear of all of the bulls that bought from 4,400 to 4,450, right? Everybody late to the party is going to be getting out now because they're scared. And so they have, not only do they have to withstand, you know, the selling on that side, they have to withstand any of the selling on their own side and any put interest that comes in. What's the FTD dates for Fubo? Oh, fuck you. Hold on. Six 26, 27, 28. There's some today. 620, about a million, not a lot. And there's a few on 622, like 600,000. But then the 20, is that 23rd? Jesus Christ, that's tiny. 23rd, 26th, 27th are 1.3, 3.3, and 1.6 million, respectively. Last FOMC was #1 trend in Twitter with around a million tweets. Was it in the middle of the workday? That's it. Realistic. Carvana pumping. Cool. Would you expect IV to rise going into JPOW speech any more than usual? Will a 0 DTE straddle be too expensive to be worthwhile? The congressional hearings are almost too drawn out for 0 DTE straddles to be worthwhile. It's not really the expense of them that matters so much as the fact that the hearings can go pretty late and the effect of them may not be realized during trading hours. My port is underwater, that like sub that visited the Titanic. Better than trying to buy your tickets after it already hit the iceberg, right? Quick, pump the big five and concentrate the S&P more. We need to save those short puts. Slipping, Dirk. How's the put position coming in? I'm trying to give it a minute. Because the data was all fucked up prior to market open. It still kind of looks fucked up. Or it's just gotten extremely bearish really, really fast, which I don't buy. No, it has. Yeah, I mean, there's support at 4,400, and then everything below us is just shitloads of puts. 4380, 4360 are pretty loaded. 4385's got a lot of puts. 70 and 65 are also pretty decent. Huh. Yeah, they're really pushing it there. JPM colors starting to look a lot more ominous. I should show this to the boop. Hold on, I need to post something to the SPX channel. If you tap your VIX chart, it seems frozen. What the fuck is it? That was weird. If we lose the 4,400 support, do you expect to drop to 4,350? I think 4,375 will present a little bit of resistance, but yeah, we could. Very well could. Hmm. It's kind of fun. Have you seen anything that would lead you to believe that Jimmy could move up for OPEC settlement this week? No, I have not. Would RC investing in NVIDIA be the catalyst for NVIDIA to 669 by the end of the month? I think RC investing in NVIDIA would be the catalyst for NVIDIA back to 140. God, I hope it isn't just another theta squeeze where we stay flat all day. There'll be some struggles. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if we can stay flat below the short puts, that's good, right? But yeah, it's possible. How high does the wick on GME's pre-market go? I think it was like 24.98. Gamma max on GME? 26.94. Delta neutral fell to 20. Gamma neutral tanked back to $5. Hit the like button. Thank you, Gerald. I appreciate it. Ooh. You like the more ads you'll get. That's not true at all, Danimal. SEC gonna hit the circuit breaker because there was a red candle? No. Was the like button the heart on the bottom right? I hit that 500 times already. No. I don't know the purpose of those or how to get rid of them. How's gold looking? Down a little bit today, like 1930. I'll probably pick up some calls today, actually. Commodities getting hit pretty hard this morning. Well, at least precious metals and oil. Oil's down 200 BPS. Silver's down 300. Gold's down almost 100 BPS. There's a fuck ton of money going into 10, 20, and 30-year bonds. Yields across the longer maturities are all down 250-ish BPS. 5 years down almost 200. QQQ appears to be retracing on the gap fill downward again. It had such a nice recovery this morning. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing QQQ dip back below like 15,000. That'd be cool. NQ. Sorry. Hmm. Or like 360 on QQQ. About. Russell down. Dow down. Dollar's kind of holding up okay. Hanging in there at least. Looks like we're range bound again. Probably not for long. We're losing support at this level. And we're losing support at this level on ES too. Oof. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that. Fuck. How does that keep getting reset? NQ futures are up though. What? NQ's down 28 basis points. 30. I'm thinking of getting some puts for Palantir. Do you still think a downside move is likely? I currently think Palantir is a bit overvalued, but it could take a little bit of time to drop. It's benefited heavily from AI. Why were the vol shorts so fucking stupid and irresponsible? Rhetorical question. I hope so. NQ1 is what I'm looking at. Yeah, it's down 30 BPS. How deep will Jimmy drill in the coming weeks? I'm looking for a calls entrance. I mean, GME's drilling is going to be largely dependent on SPX falling off. If SPX falls off, we could get back to 16 or 18. If SPX rockets again out of nowhere, that could stabilize us in like the $20 to $22 range. GME's got plenty of liquidity. It was green for a second about 15 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Delayed data. Unsure if Bobby is still verboten here. I mean, it's not verboten, it's just dumb. But apparently there's no shares to short and lending rate has 4x. The fuck is shorting at $22? People seller boxing the company. Can the SPX do that thing GME did when it went from 340 to 150 in 30 minutes? That'd be cool. No, but it'd be cool. I had a really crazy and novel idea last night as I was falling asleep. I make a trading account with fake money to practice trading straddles before deploying my capital to minimize my losses. What a weird fucking dream, man. '16, '18 synth longs continue to be interesting. On what? Upstart and Fubo Ploop. I can't believe I let a stock called Lily implode my account. Saddest of pandas. Is it going down now? Nope. it's inversing the SPX. I hate this fucking thing. They fucking did a interview over the weekend where they said a bunch of shit about AI and drug development. Just the worst. Lily had news they bought a company. I know. Bobby in my town has been turned into a spirit Halloween. Isn't it a bit early? The long end of the bond market is going absolutely crazy, similar to the UK market. Are people going to finally start to believe the Fed? Doesn't matter if they believe the Fed or not, right? If the liquidity is getting pulled out. SRF is a fortress. Yeah, it's holding up. Yeah, I told you they were trying to NVIDIA themselves last week. I don't think they were that crazy though. They're all trying to NVIDIA themselves so they can cash grab at the top of the fake bull market. Can we chat GME CSPs for income? But would not mind getting assigned since I had some 24s called away profitably at the end of last week. Wait, what? I understood the back half of the sentence. Chat. Machine learning does actually work pretty well with chemistry from what I've read. Makes sense. Lily didn't fuck me as much as my ex Lily. I need to learn how to set stops on relationships. Fair. I think if we all band together, we can use the SPX to drill down and save that billionaire from the bottom of the ocean. Actually, one of my professors is really renowned in the field of deep learning, peer reviews hundreds of papers a year. He said AI and drugs discovery is the most promising field. That makes sense. I mean, it's just running tests on multiple chemical compounds, right? Speaking of SRF, it's trading 5% discount to NAV. Think it's a good time to DCA shares here. I generally buy it when it's trading at a discount to NAV. 5%'s decent. It's not great, but it's decent. I think they're trying to learn about GME CSP strats. I think so too, but I was confused about the chat part. Like, I'm assuming that he got called away at 24 and now he wants to sell CSPs at 24. But why not wait till it's lower? Like, it's not like it looks hot. Protein binding sites. Is this a realization of the negative gamma from the time JFresh shat in the hot tub? I think it was, can we chat? Can we talk about? Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not selling CSP. I wouldn't buy GME at $24, so I'm definitely not going to sell CSPs on it at this price. I'd probably wait a bit. Let it settle into a low. Thanks, Rusty. 4400's dwindling. Thanks, Danimal. I tried to read Pickles Picks at 4 a.m. right out of bed, but there were too many words. I'm gonna try again. That's about the time I finished writing it. Are my main NVIDIA 180p's safe? No. OPEX? What, on GME? GME's super liquid. I don't think it's gonna OPEX. It was also a holiday this week, so even if it was illiquid, it would get deferred, right? Okay. No problem, Posty. Glad I was able to help. Is JPM laughing at the bulls? I mean, not until we're below 43.20. I know we're bearish, but calls here. Hmm. Huh. What are you thinking? Like 43.90? Like at the money? 43.95? Could be. I don't know how much momentum they're gonna get. But yeah, I think it'll bounce here a little bit. ES tested like just south of like 43.30 and found a little support, so I could see it pulling back. I'd be careful though. RSP is falling off really hard today. Quite a bit harder than SPX. I wonder how much arbitrage opportunity there is there. RSP is the equal weighted SPY ETF or S&P ETF. Did something happen where you made a decision not to put your WeBull positions on screen anymore? I applied for a margin in the WeBull account, which apparently takes fucking forever to clear. Was NVIDIA dumb for not doing their shelf offering already? We don't know how much of it they've done. They just haven't completed it, right? RSP? Yeah. That's the equal weight S&P index. You also have like S&P growth and S&P value. There's a bunch of sub indexes for S&P. You have all the XL ETFs, which are like the different sectors. I bet the heat map looks so stupid today. Let's find out. So the only thing holding shit up right now is Tesla, Lilly, and NVIDIA. UNH is having a little bit of a recovery. McDonald's and Chipotle are killing it because that's all people are going to be able to afford soon. Netflix is up a tiny bit, but not a lot. Ooh, that reminds me. I want to short Netflix. What's it at? Wow, it's 434. How the fuck is that up? Oh, it's just up over close on Friday. Okay. Interesting. So close at 432. Is that good confirmation? I think so. Yeah. Netflix is a fortress. It's a stock. Bro, they raised the McChicken to 220. It used to be $1. It's $1.50 if you eat two of them, right? Or did they get rid of that? I haven't been anywhere near a McDonald's in like a year. What do you think the SPX can achieve today on the downside nummies? I don't know. Let's see if they squeeze out the 4,400 puts. No, it's a streaming platform. You just said it was a fortress. Morning Gurk, I'm sitting on some cash that I would like to use for some CSPs. Okay. I know only sell CSPs on the stock I'd like to own, but do you have any prospects? Seeing as how everything is elevated, this is traditionally a terrible time to sell CSPs, JC. Because everything's elevated, the only CSPs within a reasonable range have a very high chance of assignment and probably aren't very profitable, right? Because call skews, favoring the call side. So calls are more expensive than puts. Yeah, this is traditional. You generally sell CSPs as a bullish bet when something is bottomed, not at the top of a run. And then bottom of Jamie Dimon's color. I'd love to see it today. I want this entire pump to fucking collapse. CSPs on DVN have been good. Yeah, energy's still quite low. Have you I don't say this lightly, obviously you should do some research into it, but have you looked into spreads? They're the next evolution of CCs and CSPs. What do you think about target CSPs? I still don't like targets prospects. I feel like I've gone over price targets on it quite a bit. It had a nice little bounce last week, but started failing back into Friday again. I don't think consumer sentiment is going to improve significantly over the next 2 quarters. I'm not sure it's something I'd want to own at these prices. The last time Target dumped really hard down to like 140, I bought it. And thankfully, I got assigned on covered calls while it was up because it did nothing after it ran except fall. It dropped pretty steadily from like Feb all the way through now. Hello, downside. You make it sound like a toddler. Kind of is. Hmm. Ooh. Spiciness. Is this bullish? No. They're not cash secured puts. They're fucking naked. You think institutions are selling cash secured puts? Gherkin, I'm up 4 grand on the day and I refuse to take profits. Classic. Is this the confirmation of a breakdown you were looking for? That's the beginning of the confirmation. Yeah. Next resistance, 4350. More like first communion. If we squeeze down to 4320 today, there's going to be a lot of new Cornishons. Exciting. My $15 Vox calls bought when it was at 1425 are down. Oh, on VIX? Really? Did you buy one DTEs? Oh, now green? Okay. I have $14 VIX calls bought at like 1380 that just went green. Okay, Greg, I bought a 435p on SPY for Friday. Okay, I'm up 100%. How do I set stops for a position that isn't 0 DTE? Genuine question. Well, I don't know how much time you have on it. That probably matters, but lock in some profits with your stop, generally speaking, right? And then adjust with, the price action as it goes. Stopped out at roughly 300%. Thank you again for the fin edutainments. No problem, need to. Congrats, man. VIX still lethargic, like it's not really convinced. We haven't got a lot of volume to the downside yet. That can change. Is 4400s actually capitulate? What's the next stop? Also, won't JPM start de-hedging near 4300? I think JPM progressively de-hedges the entire way down. Like they probably roll off long futures as prices drop and accumulate them as they rise. It's not like they're just gonna dump a big bag of futures when we hit 4320, right? The hedge is gonna be actively managed. Stopped out of my 0 DTE 300%. Nice. So like 50% profit, stop, and see if it keeps going. It expires on Friday. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, lock in some of your cost basis, right? Make sure that you lock in some of the profits. Don't don't ever move, like don't ever give up on those profits, right? And then, if it continues to drop, you can then move your stop up with price action. But if you want to hold it for longer, keep it kind of far away from the current price. So, you can lock in like 50%, and then, as it drops, you can move that stop up and capture, 60, 70, 80%, right? And then if it starts to hit resistance and starts to turn around, you can move your stop the rest of the way up and lock in, near wherever you think the peak is, right? Is the D-hedge going to accelerate the downside, or is it dampen the dump? I mean, it should accelerate the downside a little bit. How do I lock in negative profits? That's when it becomes a stop loss. Well, it's a stop loss versus a take profit. No problem, Mr. Confused. I heard bears can smell SPX blood from 10 miles away. Is this true? We're almost down $100 from our test at Gamma Max. There's definitely some blood in the water. All the bulls that came in between 4,400 and 4,450 are kind of in a shitty place now. A big part of what gives momentum to these turnarounds, especially when you're in a positive gamma environment, is the fact that people who chase late get trapped, and then they get scared out of their positions first, right? Bulls that came in at 4,200 and 4,300 are very confident. They're unlikely to deleverage any of their profits, right? But bulls that came in at 4360, 4400, 40 420, 44.25, 44.50. They're gonna get scared out of their positions really, really fast. Why don't they call it a stop gain then? I mean, sometimes it's referred to as a take profit order. That's generally as the price rises to meet, and it's like a limit sell, but you're still stopping additional loss, no matter how you look at it. If your contract's up 120% and you have a stop at 110, that's still a stop loss because you're stopping it before it hits like 105, right? Or 100. BTU starting to move back up this morning. I think this trend continues, or a good time to start eyeing weekly covered calls. I think the trend could continue. Commodities have been heating up a bit and they're lagging significantly. I think a lot of the slowdown in China's reopening is now more equitably priced in. And commodities are probably recovering from their bottom. Today I woke up with a migraine, cut the call part of the straddle, set a stop quote. Thanks, Gherkin. Nice, Stefan. Congratulations. Remember when VIX was above 20? Good times. Hopefully we get back there. How wide do you generally set your stop limits on contracts that only have a tight bid-ask spread? I mean, a tight spread is ideal, right? I don't have like a general rule of thumb for setting stops on contracts. When I enter a position, usually 10 to 20% stop, depending on the amount of theta I have. Not on and not on super short dated contracts. Those you have to give more room. So if you're trading like zero DTs or something, it needs to have even more room to kind of bounce around because 30%, 40% drawdowns are very common on contracts that still move profitable during this trading session. So there's a lot of factors. If I'm up 100% on an option, I'm definitely gonna have a stop on it. How the fuck is NVIDIA still going up? Serious question. How much more buy pressure is there? Is it just being pumped to buoy the market now? It's almost down today. It went up a bit in pre-market, but it was kind of slumping into close, and it's starting to draw down a little bit. There's a lot of sold calls that get moved around on it, and that drives pumps. Kirk, my 2025 VIX Leapley's are green. Thank you. Nice, man. 8 Roth, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Morning ending. Do you not use OCO orders? Not all brokers have them. What's the status on the sold 4400 Ps? Well, whatever ones haven't capitulated are deeply underwater. Is DVN significantly more index exposed than BTU? Yeah. We're finding some resistance. We're probably finding some capitulation, right? On the short side here. I listened to yesterday's stream this morning, and you said you'd be happy if SPX makes it to gamma neutral. How's that going? Halfway there? Gamma neutral's at like 42.44 right now, 42.50. So, still got a ways to go. Would it be smart to move it close it for profit at end of day, or let it sit overnight when the next open could trigger it unprofitable? I mean, that's a decision you have to make if you think the trend is going to continue or not. I would say that depends on the amount of theta you have. If you don't have a lot of theta, it's 43.50 realistic today? It's not out of the question. If you have a lot of theta and you can survive, an overnight move against you, then you could wait out a continuation of the trend. Most people would probably just take profits and then reopen a new position the next day. Here's a question I haven't heard discussed. If the put sellers can no longer pump enough to save their sold puts, will they eat the loss or diamond hand like the pickle jar? They'll probably eat the loss. I mean, they'll need to because of their margin, right? I chased with a tight stop and made 130% on 0 DT puts. Thanks, Girk. Nice, man. When do you plan to roll the 630 4000p hopeful bags? I mean, they're already paid for. I hedged them when we moved up. So, I mean, they're worth a little bit more now than they were this morning. We'll see how much value they can pick up over the next couple days, and then I'll probably close them. All I ask is we go down a full percent from here. Jesus. Praise the stock gods. How much downside do we need to see in a day for margin calls to start becoming realistic? Uh, Probably like 200 to 300 BPS. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna see margin calls, but you definitely see like a significant amount of risk pulled back. Oxy looking cheap. It's a little cheaper than where Buffett bought it last time. Not a lot cheaper, but a little. I think I have a standing buy order at 56.50. Oil's getting hammered pretty hard today. Maybe it'll see a little bit more downside. No name, thanks so much for teaching us about market mechanics. No problem, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Good morning, Ending. Even if I'm poor and bought a SPY 435p on Friday, expiry today, it feels good to spend $19 and make 227% profit. Small gains, but feels good, man. Nice, dude. I think we drop to 43.50 and get hung up there. Maybe break down further end of day. What do you think? Yeah, 43.50 is one of the bigger sold put positions, so it's possible. It's possible we start to meet some resistance at that point. We're definitely going to get some capitulation from the short side eventually here, right? I mean, we got a little bit here on the bounce, but it was a weak bounce, so we didn't get a lot. If this continues to break down, puts that stayed in are going to be probably a little more trepidatious. There's a lot of 0 DTE puts too. They're going to probably get peeled back. Please, like a little market mechanic avatar. He can have a wrench and a dollar sign. You mentioned on the stream that we could see a large downward move that would push the big one back. How would we know which is which? I think if we're going to see a recovery in line with prior 0 DTE pump recoveries, that it is most advantageous for them to do so once we fall below gamma neutral, right? So if we fall below gamma neutral but stay above delta neutral, which is tricky right now because delta neutral is higher than gamma neutral, um, and stabilize there, there's a good chance that we could see them start selling puts and pumping it again. However, if we continue to slip that level and we get a continuation of downside and more volume to the downside, they may not be able to save anything. Their sold put positions are kind of divided at the gamma neutral point right now with the like 4150s 4200s sold below gamma neutral, right? But farther dated, and then the 4300 4350 put position sold above gamma neutral. So a continuation of the trend to the downside beyond gamma neutral pressures out the rest of their positioning. Also, under gamma neutral, the market maker is working for them, right? SPX Greeks in the morning update. Just check my post history on the Discord, Lawrence. How could it be interpreted if they don't wait until below GN to start pumping? Well, then the effect of their pump is diminished. Greg, I just got approved for a 50K loan. Which 0 DTE put should I buy? Jesus Christ. None? Let's say you had July 31, 4400p. Take profits now or sell 0 DTE 4400p against and collect theta decay expecting a bounce. Okay, I mean, so you lock in your profits here? You could. I mean, that would lock in your profits though if you sell a 0 DT against it. Unless you're gonna buy to close. Are you gonna like buy to close it before the end of the day? Yeah, selling it also locks in your profits. You're just taking an extra step to closing your call option. Oh, sorry, your put option. Unless it goes back above 4,400. True. I mean, there's a slight advantage if you bought the put when IV was lower than its current level. V time? Possibly. I would put end of day Friday that's very green. However, I feel gross due to Fidelity's interface. Can I get a shamaning? I mean, Fidelity's fine. It's just ugly. It's like ugly and clunky. Like it's not really good for options trading. Zero DT SPX strangled tomorrow before Powell's testimony. You could. The last one was pretty good, but there's some risk carrying zero DTEs into the like house testimonies because they can run late. And the effect of the what goes on during the speech isn't always realized immediately. I never use Fidelity for puts, only cover calls. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of using Fidelity for directional bets either. Did the Fidelity app make it easier to trade options? I have no idea. I haven't looked at it in like 9 months. Do you listen to the New York Times The Daily podcast? No. This morning's was about inflation, the Fed, bank risk, etc. Oh, interesting. Did market participants set up straddles before? I mean, yeah, I'm sure people are gonna take delta neutral positioning going into it because it's volatile. I'll use Weeble until Girk stops. I love the hotkeys for getting in and out quick. Yeah, my only worry with them is they're bailing on Apex. Um, which I think implies that they're adding futures, but if they don't add futures, then they're just letting someone front run your trades. So um yeah, we'll see what they do. There's a chance I'm going to bail on Weeble in the coming months as well. Yeah, there's horseflies here. Me watching this pump suspiciously, you should be suspicious of the pump, at least for now, or dump. We're still at levels where it can recover. I mean, we're down a bit, but not enough yet. We really want to get under the collar. That way we have some protection on the upside, and then we can start to pick up some more momentum down. Breakdown incoming, likely. If not WeBull, what would you recommend? I mean, I still do the majority of my options trading in IBKR, and some of it in Schwab. I have a Tradier account. That's okay. They're very fast and loose with their margin. Um, I don't like trading options on Fidelity. TDA is really good. I just refuse to use them. Vanguard is not best for options. I have a couple things in Vanguard that I occasionally sell cover calls on, and it's always a awful experience. Does TDA let you drag stops like Webull? I'm not sure. You know, IBKR lets you just hotkey the stops so you can move them up and down with your keyboard. And you can set like the increments you move it at. Yeah, like WASD stops. What will you use if you leave Webull on the stream? I'm not sure. I have to think about it. One of the reasons I used Webull on the stream any in the beginning was because it's got a good UI and it's easy to look at. I'm not using fucking Robinhood. I think you could set that up in Webull too, but I don't have hotkeys set up in this iteration of Webull because if I set them up in this, then I can't use them in my other iteration of Webull. Thank you, Jason. I made some money selling my coal and uranium stack today. Bit early now. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Get a GoPro and just go trade on the floor like a Chad and stream it. What's up, D engineer? Hmm. Okay. So it's actually doing much better. Interesting. More implied volatility. That's curious. Sorry, 1 second. I just gotta fix some shit here. That's just garbage. 12, 8, 45, 8. Oh, 44, 43, 44. Okay. On. Okay. That looks pretty bearish. Nice. Yeah, I think this is picking up a little bit of bearish momentum here. I like it. Let me look at positioning real quick. So peak put interest at 43.60, but 43.45 is picking up a little bit. A little bit of call support, 43.75 and 43.50. We've managed to stay under the 43.75 level, so maybe we get a continuation here. What spider is the scariest in the world? The one that gives you a boner? The Brazilian wandering spider? Ultimate fear boner. And then you die. Are you changing your name to Ultimate Fear Boner? Far more likely we start to settle in a narrow range soon for straddle setups to capture tomorrow, yes. Also, those pricks have theta on their short puts and obviously plenty of margin. See, crappy SLD. Why would they give up? Because they're getting squeezed on their margin walking. Fear action. Excuse me, what? Yeah, the wandering spider bite causes priapism or priapism. That can last for several hours. Brazilian Wanderer for the win. Does TradingView have data for the Treasury General account? Yeah, but it's usually more delayed than looking it up yourself. WeBull dropping Apex would make the app more dangerous to future problems, like if there was a crash of some sort, because of they're not They're not dropping Apex. They're moving to like third party clearing. Which, if they're gonna bring futures contracts onto the platform, they have to do. But if they're not, then you're just getting another person front running your trades in between, WeBull and the clearinghouse. Priapism? Hmm. Okay. I could see that. Proclaim that this week and all fourth weeks of the month moving forward shall be SLD impact. That seems a bit. We're getting ahead of ourselves there. BTU profit taking target over 22. I was thinking like 35, 30 to 35, but you do you. In EMS, that's what I overheard it said. You might be right. If this doesn't break down below 43.50, I will be homeless in July. Damn the bagman. There's always the Wendy's dumpster. What's the range for upstart what? To the downside? It's already down like 8% today, right? The FTDs on Fubo start on like 623. For the ETF FTDs. There's a few today, but they don't seem to be having any positive effect. When another big SPX sell-off. I wouldn't play FTDs on Fubo, by the way. It's an IWM. So you're really rolling the dice hoping that it's gonna run with ETF FTDs. Yeah, but Upstart is up like 200% in a couple of months. I know. I picked it. I don't know. I sold $30 cover calls, so I hope it at least goes below that. They can amplify the effect of the market moving up. I ran a little bit with ETF FTDs, but it's not always going to. I mean, IWM ETFs are tapped to short all kinds of shit, and the failures may not be on. They may not be on Fubo, so it's risky. It's risky. It's risky to hope that that's gonna pan out the way you want it to. I have some $2 calls for July. I'm trying to manage some risk on. Wouldn't the management of the risk have been taking profits when they were up? There's $2 cover calls. I mean, yeah, if the market moves down, I don't think you're in a bad spot. I have $2 CCs out on it also. I sold 250s and $2. I have 150s out for July, but I don't know if we get back there in time. 42.44. Oops, I lost my premium again. Start breaking down here. Maybe not though, right? I think we do. Okay, that looks kind of bearish. Ugh, excuse me. Nasdaq's slipping a little bit more. VIX futures are up 2%. Dixie's holding up a bit. Euro and the pound are down against the dollar. Jesus Christ. Yields are getting fucking hammered. 20 years down 272 BPS. Back under 4. I regret not selling my 150 Julys and that 2 minutes below $1.50 a week or so ago. Surely there'll be a chance of seeing below 160 or so in the next few weeks as long as the market drops. Yeah, I mean, if the market drops, sure. When would GN be realistically met? That's going to depend on momentum this week and probably largely on whatever Powell says in his congressional testimony, right? So I wouldn't say that there's any data point that's gonna ease our transition down to that price range. It'll largely be, you know, if Powell continues to stick with his hawkish narrative in the face of Congress or the House at least, and I mean that's an unknown factor, right? Otherwise, I would say it's gonna be kind of a slog, and we might not see gamma neutral till like beginning of next week. When yield curves snap like a whip, it's working on it. Buying treasuries causes yields to drop, correct? Yes. Yields getting hammered is bearish, yeah? Yeah. It's super, especially like long duration yields getting hammered. That starts to revert the yield curve, which most recently hit its widest spread since the bank failures. $43.60 first or 4,400? You know, this recovery is not picking up a lot of call support, so at least right now. I mean, I still think we're in a range where 0 DTE calls present risk, but put interest is very high today. We still have more levels of confirmation, right? Below 43.75, really good. Below 43.50, better. Under 43.20, some actual solid confirmation, right? Because then we have the JPM collar protecting the upside bounces a little bit. Yeah, below 4320, then I start to look more towards gamma neutral as a realistic target. Right now, it's still very far away. And we're still in a positive gamma environment overall, right? And so downside realization is going to be slow and grindy. We got quite a bit of it today, which is impressive, but it's still going to be grindy. It's when you fall below gamma neutral that you start to get, like, you know, huge fucking candles to the downside. Volatility starts to pick up. Bulls fighting back or simply taking profits. I think they're trying to close out at each level as we fall. So, you know, this morning there was some pullback at the 4410 and 4400 strikes. Then they let it slip a bit. Now we're seeing, you know, pullback of the 4375 sold puts, right? So walk it down until they can't. What happened to Zom? I mean, oil got shit on today, but who was telling me about Carvana's pumps today? It's down 6% now. Someone was being a smartass about Carvana. Ooh, my put's in the money. Fuck yeah. What was it? What was I doing? Zom? Looks like Zom got fucking hammered. Oil's been down pretty hard today. It's down 227 basis points. I will buy calls on the dip on Zom. So no one really knows, and voodoo remains the best way to predict the future. I'm gonna go grab a chicken to sacrifice. Let me know what the blood pattern looks like. Have you studied Al Brooks much? Nobody studies Al Brooks. He's like warrior trading. NVIDIA keeping the market alive. It's trying. Thoughts on FedEx earnings? I don't have any. It's not a stock I follow. I have 110 calls on Zom for July 21st. I might average down. It might be a little early and a little far out of the money. But okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have an opportunity. I assume you're playing the OPEC, like, production pullback. Oil prices are really forcing them into a corner. Set my stop a bit above VWAP. Should be good for today at least. Okay. Please, please don't, David. Are PayPal's fundamentals good? They're decent. I mean, they have pretty solid cash flow. They have like an okay balance sheet. I don't like the company. I don't think it has a lot of potential for growth, but stable, yeah. Almost everything down. If there's a rotation, it's not apparent today. There is a rotation. It's very apparent today. It's out of equities into bonds. So if we break 43.50, big re to 43.20. What's up, Spider? Is this no SLD PEX Fed pivot my BTU $22 call safe? Upstart gonna get cheaper soon. I got assigned at 36. Nice. Well done on getting assigned at 36. Congratulations. Your BTU $22 calls may not be safe. Commodities have been having a brisk couple weeks. And SLD doesn't mean markets go down. It's just something that happens once a month. Sometimes it means markets go down. Not always. $43.20, here we come. Relax. Okay, maybe. I don't like that. Cheers to more downside in 2 years. Let's get this bread. Fuck yeah, NW. Hope all's well. I got more BTU, not in a cover call. I was mostly kidding about SLD. I'm hanging in there, man. Staying bearish through the bull run. So it's menstrual cycle of the stock market. It always happens, but doesn't always cause it to go down. Sure. Strong housing starts data and Goldman raises GDP target. Bullish. Good for Goldman and their GDP target. What's a good instrument that tracks DJT? I don't know. Took profits Palantir on my longs. Now waiting on my shorts. Let's go. Nice. Hmm. Do we straddle this right here? It's 1120. Nah. Dow down almost 100 BPS. Bullish bear flag again today. It doesn't look particularly bullish because there's no calls. The only calls on the chain right now to the upside are mostly at the money. I think it's more of a question of, do we see calls take profits right here? 4360 puts are still stacked, and now 4370 and 65 are also picking up quite a bit. Can you define what hopeful bag is? It's a dead put that maybe you'll regain a little bit of value before I close it out. I hedged those on the upside move, so they're already kind of paid for. I'm just seeing if I can squeeze a little bit of extra out of them. So far today, it's up above where it was. Just talking about my September NVIDIA 200s. I still have a fair number of those. If futures find sellers soon, the calls will lose their window. Yes. If IV moves much higher, it becomes very problematic too. Is Charma and Vonnegut over or still happening? Slow realization, Bob. Positive gamma. Did the short VIX guy not show up to work today? P.S. You're back to shadow ban. No notification this morning. Sad. Awesome. Right where I like to be. I bought a bunch of September NVIDIA 260Ps right before earnings. Instant regret. I bought some weekly calls right before earnings. Big awesome. Ooh. Hello, Vix. I wonder if we could get Amy Lee from Evanescence to sing at the Vix. Hmm. Bring me back to life. Yes. Hmm. Could SPX bounce back towards 4,400 to rescue sold puts up there before letting it fall sometime by tomorrow? It doesn't look great right now for those 4,400 sold puts if they're not already entirely closed out. Being long wood turned out okay. WFG. A family member sold Amy an apartment in Manhattan. Let me know if you're serious. I'm not. Call me when you're sober. Oh man. Ugh. This piece of shit break down already. Petition for you to wear your linen shirt if we drop below 43.50 today. It's at the dry cleaners. It got all sweaty. Say, wow, that's a massive future sell-off. I'm sure it'll happen if you manifest it. I didn't charge any of my crystals over the weekend. If anything, I discharged them. Petition for you to be shirtless if we drop below 4,000 today. If we drop below 4,000 today, I'm going to go do something else. Like shop for a rolls. Got your rocks off, pun? It was. Good job picking up on that, Space Banana. I was in Oak something. I don't know where Gayhead is, but I'd imagine that it was probably a better party than where I was at. I feel like I couldn't see you wasting money on an overpriced watch. I've never bought an overpriced watch, but I own a couple overpriced watches. Oak Bluffs, thank you. I did mean Rolls Royce. I did not mean Rolex. But you meant deli rolls. They weren't from brokers. Why would a broker buy you a watch? What's up, Sayuri? Does the chain indicate downs from this consolidation? We're hung up on the call interest at 43.75 right now. There isn't really any call interest building to the upside, but calls only get cheaper throughout the day. Like I said, it benefits them greatly to hold these levels until the VIX expiration. They're able to escape more of their short puts while VIX is pinned. If VIX starts to go up, it endangers all of their sold short positions, right? Not just like the ones at the money, but the ones out of the money. They sold a lot of those puts with VIX between like 14 and 13. If VIX bounces up to like 18 or 20, they're in a world of shit. Is Upstart likely to drop to mid 20s? I still have a $20 price target, but it's a couple months out. Williams in about 15 minutes. Oh, okay. That might be why we're stagnating a bit. There's a fucking ton of Fed speeches this week. $43.70 put interest is picking up. If a broker buys you a watch, you've lost a lot of money and made them even more. I'd probably stop trading if E-Trade bought me a Rolex. Both of the ones I got were from clients. One of them found it objectionable that I didn't wear a watch. The other one I made a bunch of money for. What? 43.50 today? It'd be cool. Are you a gigolo? No. I'm also not a juggalo. Just nip that in the bud right away. Holy mother of negative 0 DT. Put gamma. Who needs a watch when you live life one tick at a time? Since Charmadillo is gone, what's our new spirit animal? I mean, still Charmadillo, right? T2. Vix Charmadillo? Actually. Where's the sweet spot where it makes sense to roll options that go in the money back out of the money to get more leverage? Ah, Jesus. Don't get more leverage, right? You can re-enter a new position, but keep your profits. Rolling all your profits forward into new out of the money expirations just ensures that when you do find a bottom, it burns you. but like 0.7, 0.6, 0.7. Is there such a thing as poor music? I don't think so. It's like, is there poor art? NFTs? Yeah, you can do that, CMO. Repositioning to capture more downside. Just don't do what a lot of people do and fucking take all of your profits and roll them out. Right? It's super fucking greedy. Oh. I don't appreciate you saying those things about my trading strategy. On a side note, I saw the Titanic sub seats 5 and is controlled by a Mad Catz controller. Oh man, that's not reliable. I wouldn't ever get in a submarine with a Mad Catz controller. VIX expiration doesn't help their sold puts, but keeping VIX down today helps them get out of their sold puts. I mean, this is Oxy's currently at the price that Buffett. It's cheaper than Buffett last bought it, but it's close to the price where he's been buying it, around 56. It could go lower. Oil could dip more, not a lot more, because the government's refilling the like strategic oil reserves at like sub 70 a barrel. So there's kind of a bottom there. I'm just popping in to say there was only one good episode of Black Mirror this season, episode 2. Noted. I don't know. One of the Fed presidents is speaking right now. No, I haven't watched it. I first learned about greed playing King's Quest V. Part of the game, you go in a treasure room to get a single coin. If you grab more than that, you got locked in and died. All right, that's a good lesson. Did you buy all the puts on your Pickles picks last week at 4,400? No, but I bought some of them at 4,400. Well, 44.40, 44.45. AMD about to be murdered? I don't know. I sold my AMD. I don't care what happens to it now. I learned about greed from a story about a billionaire who had so much money he went to see the Titanic in a small private company submarine. Big put positions came in today. Makes sense. I thought he started checking at 11:45. Okay. And his speech is probably gonna have some effect on our positioning here. It's pretty pathetic to make jokes about people trapped in a submarine. Wait, who got trapped? Did someone actually get trapped in a submarine? In which case, and it was controlled by a Mad Catz controller? That's funny as fuck. Do I pull the trigger on a 13K Rolex today or nah? Up to you. Do you need one for anything? They're pretty useless. Yes, 250K trip to visit the Titanic's wreck. And now they're what, trapped underwater? Lost contact. 2 miles under the sea, air until Thursday, but most likely already dead from the pressure. Who? Fucking rich people doing stupid shit. Hamish Harding? I don't know who that is. Don't get in fucking submarines. I don't know what to say. Imagine being able to say you went down with the Titanic in 2023. A submersible is made of carbon fiber, so when it fails, it's spectacular, not creaking and slow leaks like a metal enclosure. Who knew Hunter Biden pleading guilty to tax charges was going to be the downside news we needed? Yeah, I don't really think that's having any effect. It's literally 400 meters underwater. 4,000 meters underwater. The sub was just a metal tube with no seats. People sat on the floor. I DM'd you a pic. It's regarded. Who the fuck would get in that? Why does it have 2 computer monitors? Whatever. Hard to trade with only 1 monitor. Are we doomed to not tickle 4350 today? We may not. We got lucky with 4375. You're really getting dark, Sayuri. At least they aren't selling pits anymore. And seals with VIX relatively stable. Yeah, VIX is holding up. They got my man John Jacob Astor the same way. I mean, you gotta be pretty fucking stupid. It's like getting in like a shark cage. Or why are people so dumb? It's always some rich dickhead who thinks they're invincible. I won't even get on the subway after like 8 p.m. I'm definitely not getting in a fucking submarine. The more money you have, the more you need to avoid stupid shit like that. Because once you're that rich, only stupid shit like that can kill you. Look at Buffett. He doesn't do anything, still alive. Guy's a genius. Cave spelunkers? Oh god, yeah, fuck that. It's like, oh, I'm gonna try to squeeze myself between these 2 rocks, and hopefully there's an exit on the other side. And Buffett also eats like he's a 12-year-old, but he's still alive. Are you gonna be that old? Probably not. If you think cave spelunking is dangerous, you should see cave diving. where they go down 800 feet underwater in a little tube. Thousands of people have died this way. Sounds like 4 more today. That's what I said earlier. My port is underwater. Like I went to visit the Titanic. I'm seeing that. This seems to be bouncing. Okay. Not yet, it's not. Calls are still too expensive. Just a 1.5 hour bear flag? Yeah, but that's half an hour more than we usually get before it breaks up. I'll just stick to losing money on 0 DTEs. Safe and effective. Cat Lady's fine as far as I know. SNR for Amazon at its current level. Resistance is like 127.50. Support at 125.50. Breakdown would be confirmed below 124. We got a 4-hour bear flag back in May. Don't remind me. Do you think it breaks up or down? I have no idea. If you didn't make money this morning, I don't know what you're doing here. SVX head and shoulders on the 1 hour. Okay. Not a great one, but sure. Hmm. Who's the wealthiest person you have met in person? Hmm. I'm not going to answer that. It's not me. At least next year's Ocean Gate Tourist Expedition will have a new installment. Net worth estimates? Um. Okay, well, hold on. I've been to a Berkey meeting before, so that's definitely the richest person I've been around. More than a few like low-level billionaires, couple multi-billionaires. I also live in New York City, where a significant chunk of the population is billionaires. Does Warren himself attend those meetings? Yeah. Him and fucking Munger sit there and pontificate for hours, and rich people just lap it up. What makes a low-level billionaire? Like sub 10 million, $10 billion, right? Like Ryan Cohen. What about the happiest person? You know what? Same person. Do the billionaires just discuss the DDSDD all day? Did you ever meet Kenny? I've seen him, but I've never spoken to him. Does Elon look at single digit billionaires and think, look at those pores? Yes. You know what's funny? Ron Perlman is now a low level billionaire. Yeah, and he was like the king of Wall Street at one point. Russ Hanneman. You know, a lot of them are really like that. Especially like that representation of like .com billionaire bros is accurate as fuck. Hard to think that Mark Cuban meets the idea of low level, low brow, if anything. I do not like Mark Cuban. The irony that some rich people paid to crash a vessel on their way to go see where some rich people paid to crash a vessel. It's pretty ironic. Going down with the Titanic in 2023 is novel. Why do I not like Mark Cuban? Because he's a prick. But not like the good egotistical kind that's really got a sweet side. Like just a fucking asshole. Just another asshole with a lot of undeserved wealth for a company that was over fucking valued. Wouldn't Gherk Tank, where people can pitch ideas and then be publicly humiliated, right here in chat? I wonder if they're gonna find Jack while they're down there, still holding onto the edge of a door. His online drug market seems like a net plus for Americans. So do all the other online drug markets. Everything gets cheaper until it stops getting cheaper, right? And then it all gets more expensive than it ever was before. Same like adding efficiency to anything in a capitalist society. Better than presidential candidate and real life Bane Mitt Romney. Thought you meant Jack Ma. Jack Ma's been replaced by someone that the CCP feels is more appropriate for the role. Yeah, it's a fictional story, Wessel's Pretzels, about a real event. It's dramatized. It's like a dramatic reenactment of the sinking of the Titanic. The year is 2112, and people can take submarine trips to visit the Titanics, where multiple vessels have sunken near the original Titanic. Everybody dick rides multi-billionaires because they think it's like royalty, right? The general public loves that shit. They love worshiping people. Look at Elon fans. Odd question. Is there a way to calculate how MSTR responds to movements in Bitcoins? Is it like market cap increase as percent of their capital in Bitcoin? It's a huge percent of their holdings is Bitcoin. If enough craft sink in the same spot, will it become an artificial island? Maybe like a reef. CNBC, why do you trade Apple if you why do you why do you why do you trade Apple? Why don't you own it? Other guy, it's up on safety, not value. The top is in, if not shortly in here soon. It definitely is up on safety, not value. They aren't creating a lot of that. The pool of Elon fans has shrunk dramatically since his Twitter takeover, but yes. Imagine yeah, I'm not even gonna go into it. QQQ getting bearish, and Vix looks like she wants to go. Low and slow, like a stew.
Don't forget history's first billionaire, Jesus. I think it's kind of amazing that the people that are most into Jesus are also most interested in the people that are the complete opposite of everything he was about. That's ironic. So hear me out. I'm getting better at trading, but I'm not getting any more ruggedly handsome like you. What gives? Are you doing enough manscaping on the clock? 10,000 hours to master it. All of them have to be paid. The world's first billionaire was Mansa Musa. Okay. Gasoline powered turtleneck sweater. What is it? What what part of it is powered? Does the collar like pop up and down? Because I would buy that. If I had like a turtleneck that could become a turtleneck only when I'm speaking to other people, and then the turtleneck would retract at other times. I mean, if nothing else, I could sell it to people. If I work in the food industry, am I allowed to manscape on the clock? I mean, as long as you're not doing it near any surfaces that would create a health code violation, I don't see why not. Do you think you would survive 500 years ago in Europe? Well, I'm white, so maybe. Tactile neck. Who's currently the most powerful person in the world? Biden or JPOW? Depends on how you look at it. Socially, Biden. Economically, JPOW. Any moderately educated modern person could survive then just by becoming an eccentric genius inventor. 500 years ago, you get burned at the fucking stake for being a witch. I mean, even today, look at Super Stonk. People don't like smart people. They're not popular. Scary with their ideas and words. She turned me into a newt. Go back in time and shill the concept of covered calls. Fuck that. Short tulips at the top. Girk 500 years ago at the stake. I told you not to buy zero DTEs. What's up with Zim? It's a piece of shit. It's under 5-year lows. I know. You know, like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, everybody was all about it. And I was like, wow, this thing's a big bag of shit. And then last year, everyone got all about it again. And I was like, nope, still a bag of shit. Now, it's finally realized being a bag of shit. It's almost like the guy who writes super stock daily news articles isn't a stock genius. Lies? I know. Or he's an AI. Shit. Maybe. Well, you'd have a better chance of surviving all the disease and famine and cholera because you know that those things exist, right? They weren't just like you wouldn't be like, "Oh, this is clearly, like a plague sent by God to punish me for my sins." You like boil your drinking water, you know. If it still pays out that dividend, it's insane. That dividend is taxed on the Israel side and the US side at quite a phenomenal rate. Yeah, I feel like being not covered in shit probably went a long way to succeeding in society back then. Best way not to get plague was to keep rats away. Most people tolerated them at the time. Back to the pump? I don't think so. Look at you, skittish bears. Do I keep the immunities I had from vaccinations? I mean, I guess so, right? Bear flag all the way to 4,500? No. I was told there would be downs, yet we're pumping. Nope, we're down. No, there's still no fucking calls on the chain. We've stabilized above 43.75, which I said was resistance. Look at it. being resistance. Really, I feel like 4360 put interest has fallen off a little bit. At least on the 0 DTE side. I had a supplier that moved their manufacturing to Mexico for cheap labor, but they forgot that they got taxed moving into Mexico and out of the US and into the US from Mexico. So 4X, they no longer exist. Genius. Every resistance is going to be like pulling teeth. Yep. Big red candle incoming? Is there? From what? Yeah, I sold the short side of the straddle. Well, it was technically a strangle. But I closed the long side and sold the short side. I'm switching the WeBull accounts over to margin. It's, I think, got like 9 business days left or something like that. Six bear flag formed on the daily. No? Do you have any calls on Schwab too, or only shares? Only shares. I don't trust it nearly that much, and I'm still kind of waiting to buy because it's been dropping a bit today. I'm not in a rush to accumulate shares on it. Low and slow entry. There's still a lot of issues in the banking system that could realize far more significant discounts than its current price. Nine business days? That's like 60 months in trading. It's a shockingly long period of time to port over to margin. Fidelity, just like flip a switch. It's fucking instantaneous. What's not going down? It's already down. It's already moved. It's already moved down almost $100 from its high. Fucking relax. If you have no theta, you fucked up. Yeah, there's still a little more room. Futures are getting a little more bullish. There's no volume. So we're still consolidating. 43.88. What's 43? Can we go to 43.88? Yeah, why not? What's up with this about WeBull splitting off its crypto business? I have no idea. Probably trying to avoid regulatory scrutiny. When do you think NVIDIA snaps back to reality? Probably along with everything else. Good entry on Dole. Are you fucking with me? No problem, Baradactyl. I'd be curious to shoot a margin in like 5 hours. I also answered the questionnaire honestly about my trading experience. It's like they want me to lose their money. The more money you have, the more trades you can execute, the more fees they get to collect. Are we gonna go back to the day's low? I don't know. They're doing a good job pressuring VIX down for now. Probably not. NVIDIA feels like Tesla did when it was selling 100K cars a year and was worth more than every car company on Earth combined. You mean overvalued? Yeah. Win Dole at $10. I don't know. Probably never. I'd buy more of it if it fell back to 10. It has not. Your screen's frozen? Oh. Is ES crossing VWAP significant? If it gets volume, yeah. You were not promised 4350. It's also just like 1230. It's okay to have a call or two open. Yeah, it's not bad. Calls are getting cheaper, and we still haven't fallen below major support levels. I'll just reread what I wrote last night. Tonight's futures indicate an opening price of around 4,400, just below the 4110 or 4410 and 4400 sold puts. There is one last opportunity to pump here and drive VIX down if they are able to hold at these levels into the morning. A break below into market open could start to catalyze the capitulation of sold puts at the two prior levels and begin to pressure sold puts at 43.75 and 43.50. I expect to fight back until volatility becomes a little less pinned going into expiration, mostly because it is advantageous to do so. I do realize that SLD is not over, but I think the immediate effect of deleveraging can be offset for long enough to get out of underwater positions more amicably. That was at 1:05 a.m. Yep, looks accurate. Now read the part we most like again. You can't just ignore one part of the analysis to confirm your bias with the other. Why pin VIX into expiration? Because they're short as fuck VIX at $14 and $15. Tell that to economists. VIX expiration's the AM expiration. Oh. All I heard was shill, 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 repeated. I see. How much theta does VIX usually need? What are you trying to play on it? Like the long side? Unless you're going to be like right at the money, I'd probably get a decent amount, like 30, 45 days. Even right at the money, you have probably an equally good chance of getting blown up. Hmm. I literally wrote it last night. Why do I need to say it twice? My 4,400 calls have barely moved on the upside just because VIX is going down. I picked up 8, 16, 14C last week, and the contract went up $30 on a 2.5% move in the money. Seems kind of underpriced. Is there a reason for this? I would imagine there's more puts on VIX right now than calls, so skew's probably not favorable. Why would you not, in the moment, for chat? We're still in a bear flag. It's still very far away from like retesting 4,400. I told that one guy earlier we could move back to like 43.95 ish. CNBC pumping XRT now. Why? on how? What are they like? Don't worry, guys. All these retailers are gonna roar back to life. The internet is over. Mentioning that retailers have alcohol in the names. Ulta and Chipotle are great. Pretty weak thesis. Okay. What expirations are your Tesla 235s? July 21st. I'm gonna short Snap. They've been harassing me to no end to add people to my contact list. I think that's gonna work for most people and not irritate them, right? People just add people to their contact from their contact list. They're trying to up their user numbers. Bullish. I'm hungry. What should I eat today? I see it as desperate. I mean, organic growth is only going to get you so far, right? VVIX climbing while VIX is flat earthing. Yep. Snap has become so annoying. I get so many notifications. I'm debating deleting the app. I've never understood what purpose it serves in the first place. This is the part where Greg leaves for food and lets me buy another. SPX breaks up past 43.95. Let me buy another call. I don't know. SPX is showing an awful lot of weakness here on its upside. I think if we were going to get like a violent breakup, we would have gotten it already. Why do people... Here's what I don't understand. Why do people want to receive nudes? I really don't get it. Like the interchange of nude photos. I don't want to see some poorly lit picture of you naked in your living room. Gross. Some people have great lighting. No, they don't. Some people are severely starved of human connection. Ugh. Overrated. Says the man who runs a private only cab server in one of his freezers. Well, fuck, glad I just spent 1K on a boudoir photo shoot for you. Stop giving me mixed signals. I really don't understand it. There's nothing there's first of all, it takes all the surprise factor out, right? Part of the joy of getting someone to take their clothes off for you is experiencing it firsthand. It's too much up front, right? Yeah, it takes all the allure and the mystery out. It's not hot or risque. It's just it's like looking at like nudes on Craigslist. They've got those? Oh yeah. Have you never looked at the shady side of Craigslist? It's like people who take pictures of their food. No, it's not that bad. Well, hold on. Nothing's as bad as people who take pictures of their food. I say that as someone who's taken pictures of food and I regret it every time. They've really cleaned up Craigslist in the last few years. A real shame. As long as they don't take down my cover call store. Like Denganese crab Benedict. Ooh. Crab cake or just crab meat? What do you want, bandstand? I can't quit fantasizing over market makers cranking their knobs and squeezing one out. Nice. Fresh off the dock, crab. Okay. I just thought the joy of getting a woman to take her clothes off for you is the same as investing in zero DTEs. Watching your bank account empty. There's just no... There's no grace to it. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned. All right, we need to have this debate now. There's a difference between taking pictures of food you get out and food you create at home. First is cringe. The second is art appreciation. Well, unless you're a Dancy queen. Then they're both cringe. But I could agree with that. If you make it yourself, it's got you're showing off what you did, right? Not what someone else fucking made for you and you overpaid for. Check DM. What do you got? Is it Crab Benedict? It is. All right. It looks pretty good. Nice eggs. How did they get that right egg so round? Did you make this? Holidays is a bitch. That's just like people nudes. You created it. Ugh. What about the nudes associated with escaping competition? Those are exempted from the nudes you don't care about, right? I mean, I'm gonna need some sort of proof that those were on paid hours, right? We're talking about food, not fucking, what? I made hollandaise once, never again. Yeah, you end up with a lot of it. I can make a menu from photos of what I cooked so my guests can request a dinner. I make, quote, hollandaise pretty frequently. I'd be making it more frequently if this uptrend would end. It's disgusting. Ooh. The 20 years down to 300 basis points now. What's your average on your Tesla 235s? I have no idea. I sold them at the money. I sold a couple in the money too when it was at 240. Fed's bar banking system quite strong, but there are concerns. On that note, time for trying to find lunch. Yeah, I'm getting ready to. I have a 4390 call that I have to close before I do, so I gotta wait and see if this breaks up more. Well, the Fed hasn't stopped QT, they just reversed a bunch of it. Or, yeah. But yeah, they did it so the banks wouldn't fail. Do you think the VIX rule is a catalyst? Well, it might free up the VIX a bit. A lot of hedging is going to fall off, so big VIX expiration. If the 10-year is down 300 BPS, the yield is down. Does that mean people are buying them or selling them? Buying them. All right. I'm going to close my call here. Did you see Airbus record sales? 500 planes. Are they buying planes to pay us? Nope. People are going on vacation. I think airlines expect to have the next few quarters to be pretty good. So maybe a good time to reinvest in new planes. I'm sure next summer won't be bad for them or anything. Well, I mean, generally speaking, like tourism isn't hurt that badly by recession, especially not domestic tourism. And if the dollar is able to remain strong against foreign currencies, then international tourism will stay pretty strong too. If we break 43.98, we gap up to 44.09. I don't know. I just closed my calls. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Everybody making hollandaise. Did I sell the top? No, so far I did. I made pico on Friday, but now the tomatoes in it have gone soft. Country I'm from just ordered 3 Airbus A350, so country's still buying overpriced. Huh. Are there any Romanians in chat? I guess not. Hello? Am I alone here? Carl's doing well for himself. Sorry, bot server went down. Don't worry, I'm back now. Or, I mean, hey, welcome back. How's lunch? Well, lunch exists currently. It's not very good, but... Rome isn't even a country anymore. Jesus Christ. I sold the top, Dorg. I bought the top. Nice. Wait, on the put side? Oh, okay. The current VIX futures contract expires, as do the monthly index options. Put interest picking back up? A little bit. GME has constantly confused me. Why? I mean, today's not that weird, right? We had a bunch of 0DT puts that went in the money right away. We got some capitulation on them. So you think we're going back to 27 on GME because we bounced 40 cents? GME is just doing what the market's doing. It's same like, shittier, but same like, right? Everyone like reads way too much into GME's price action. Those tortilla chips are too goddamn thin. I'm sure RC has something up his sleeve to keep us from going to 27. Indubitably. My favorite part is like Jimmy's up like 20%, 20 cents on the day. And all the scalpers are like, yeah, I made 300%. $300% of 5 cents is only 15 cents. Winning. 's pretty offensive, Daniel Groves. Technically, that is winning. Yeah, but the risk is astronomical. And the contracts are so illiquid, you can't get any meaningful leverage. I can take $0 in these two hands to a Wendy's dumpster. And I can make, you know, at least $100. You can't even quantify in a percentage the magnitude of those returns. Popcorn trader, I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like you should get an air conditioner or lay down under the goats. Tarnished down, stay away from my dumpster. The returns and homemade holidays have definitely been immeasurable. Where the goats are in Mexico, it's actually hotter. Uh, are the goats gonna die? Are they gonna be okay? Do you have someone to take care of the goats? Like a goat Sherpa? Do you have a goat herder? A Gerpa? I said goat herder. Shepherds are for sheeps. There's a bunch of 4400s on the chain. We have to go there first. Do we? So, Popcorn Trader, what you're telling me is I need to start buying and remodeling homes in the upper northern, like the Northwest. Well, no, not the Northwest. Western Canada and Alaska. Has Greenland melted yet? Can I buy real estate there? ExxonMobil making Greenland green again. What a great tagline. I should write copy. I'll present it next week. Okay, awesome. This brand of sarcasm hurts my soul. I wasn't being sarcastic. Do you think Carl's short Tesla around 200? Carl's always shorting Tesla. Zom Mobile is playing both sides of the melting Greenland game. Does Greenland have an official government? Who are they a territory of? Can I just go there and plant a flag? If I do, will we be the best traders in the world because we live in a place called Greenland? Denmark? Do they have an army? I'm surprised Nestle isn't there scooping up ice melt and selling it to us. Probably not profitable. I don't know. I'm not an electrical engineer. Supposedly, Toyota has a solid state battery that charges in 10 minutes and goes like 8 to 900 miles. There's homes in France you can get for like a single euro or something, but nobody wants to live in them. Yeah, because they don't have any like plumbing or electricity. But if we develop the area, boom. Hmm. We could call it something like gherkin on tear. I like this. What a great idea for the cult. This is why I keep you around, Dork. I'm the fixed income CIO you never knew you needed. Ireland will pay people $92,000 to move to idyllic remote islands, but there are a few catches. That's because of commercial fishing. Ha. Greeks on Tesla. Hmm. Let's see. GM 271, GN 191, Delta Neutral 177. The problem is that I don't speak Irish. You mean Gaelic? That's not what the goat herder said. Don't call me that during Pride Month. Can we please collectively dance when SPX drops for real? Will you buy a straddle tonight at these levels? Yeah. GME forming a roller coaster pattern. It's trading. Say there's 4,342 volume on Fubo Jan 2025 7C. Top of the chain furthest dated. 2,947 OI previously. Interesting. Sold? Is IV crushing? I'd have to look tonight. IV seems flat, same according to ATP's assumption. Interesting. You see it in the order flow for it? Is it on the bid or the ask? Hmm. Interesting. No calls being bought above 4,400. So just getting more puts out from underwater? Like, I mean, none. Gamma's flat as fuck above 4,400. That's interesting. Who's the hottest celebrity? I don't know. Who do you think the hottest celebrity is? Danny DeVito? What about Steve Buscemi? Didn't Amanda Bynes like lose her mind? I feel like I saw something somewhere. Like she was found like wandering Hollywood naked. That's sad. Noel Fieldings. Child stars probably shouldn't be a thing. Most of them don't do well. I don't know if it was because she was a child star or because she had, latent mental disorders that surfaced in her adult life or drugs. I think that's maybe more of a problem with being rich and in your 20s, right? Selma Hayek in her prime, has it ended? I mean, Maybe. I don't think so. She's a beautiful lady. I'd probably be dead if I was rich and in my 20s. Waluigi is timeless. What? It's just trying to recover. Kate frickin' Beckinsale. Okay, enough. I knew someone rich who committed suicide. Money doesn't buy happiness. Maybe he just didn't buy happiness. Money can definitely buy happiness. You just have to know where to shop. Wouldn't bulls argue that this pullback is healthy? Well, it is, up until a certain point. If we go below 43.20, it becomes a lot less healthy. You have to buy it with the black card. What do they say about people who win the lottery? Like over half of them are bankrupt after 8 to 10 years. Yeah. It's way more than that. It's like 80% of them. Making money on zero DTs makes me happy, so therefore it does buy happiness. Okay. And it's like 3 to 5 years. It's pretty shocking. I mean, gaining a large amount of wealth and not knowing how to protect it can lead to it being lost very, very quickly, right? If we don't see GN on SPX, much of the pickle jar might be pulling an Amanda Bynes, running around Hollywood naked. Whatever you got to do to refill your port. I mean, people are dumb with their money. My name is literally, oops, I lost my premium again. Money can pay for counseling. They can. This just in, Gherk. I love you. Thanks, Luke's. People who say things like money can't buy happiness are just poor, right? That's the real answer. They're they're copiuming, they're huffing copium on being poor. Like it's okay. Those rich people aren't really super happy. They are. Rich people say it to keep poor people poor. Money can't bring back dead loved ones. No, but it can buy you new ones. New loved ones. It's called upcycling. Well, some rich people are just stupid. We went over this part. They didn't shop for happiness in the right places. Social mobility. I had some friends that grew up with me that were pretty successful, and it's shocking how fast they like just turned their backs on their families and never talked to them again. Here's what nobody should ever be is born with money. Being born with money, that doesn't create like useful people. So just ban inheritance, right? You can't leave anything to your kids. Boom, done. Far more productive society. Nepo babies seething. Would you classify traders as useful people? Absolutely not. Banning inheritance would kind of mess up my whole business model. It's okay. Right? Sorry, poopy pants. Now I'm happier because I need to refill the coffers. Where did you gamble the rest of the millions away at? Pulte inherited his wealth and he's making the world a better place. Oh my god, I saw a fucking news article about him this morning. They were like, Pulte is creating long-term shareholder value. I thought that was hysterical. That's your best idea since targeting Elon Musk specifically in an election campaign. Well, the election campaign idea wasn't Elon Musk. It was just whoever the most popular billionaire is at the time. My campaign is going to be, I'm going to destroy this person. Nothing else. No social or fiscal reform policy. Just that guy, fuck him. Guarantee I get elected. Pulte paid someone to write that? Of course he did. Don't walk it back now. It's Elon Musk. Well, he's the most popular billionaire right now, but that can change. Twitter's becoming 4chan, and Tesla's not going to beat Toyota. So call out his breeding fetish. in your campaign literature. Bad business partners I thought I could trust. Lesson is never invest in a small company you don't directly control and approve the capital. Oh yeah. Yeah. That is a good lesson. Well, to know in advance. I wonder how much money is being spent to find the submersible that went missing between the Canadian and US governments. Do they realize how much money they could make buying zero DTEs instead? Maybe the billionaire guy was just short SPX for the last month. And he had like 250 grand left, and he was like, you know what? I'm going to visit the Titanic. Do we see any sold puts close? I mean, it's not really easy to tell intraday, but there's no call interest above 4,400, which is kind of interesting, although it's still very early. Apparently, the summary was apparently being controlled with a $40 Logitech controller. Earlier, I heard it was Mad Catz. At the bottom of the ocean on Robinhood, trying to close out his positions, but no Wi-Fi. I mean, that's still a lot of time. Given that recently most of the calls have been coming in the later part of the day, I think there's still plenty of time for more calls to come in. SPY 1 hour forming a head and shoulder, maybe a little bit. I think someone brought that up earlier. It is, although we don't really. Well, I guess kind of hard to define where the shoulder is going to be. I guess at this level. Here and here. Although we did bounce right off the lower support today, which was cool. I mean, really, in this range, positionally, it's best to be moderately neutral, right? Down here, you know, it's good to start getting bearish, right? But this is still very neutral, especially here. It's probably more bullish than anything else. So we still want to see a breakdown here at the 43.50. And really all that is going to confirm is that we're going to probably test the top of the collar, right? But then if we can actually get a breakdown below the collar, gamma neutral moves up a little bit along with delta neutral. And then there's a chance to realize some like actual downside. But we're still very, very far from gamma neutral. So like big, fast downside moves, not yet. I'm hoping that with the VIX expiration, we'll start to see VIX climb a little and we'll get a little bit more, you know, implied volatility. And hopefully that'll lead to a bit more volume. I would say today's a lot of repositioning. We didn't see a lot of short positions come in last Friday, right? So I think we saw more start to accumulate today. We definitely see a lot less call interest today than we normally do. Hopefully, yeah, that continues. Obviously, a lot of the middle of this week is going to be determined by how JPOW acts, you know, at the two House hearings. Um, and so I would say, if anything, right now, the market's probably bracing for an increase in volatility, and we're probably seeing a lot of neutral positioning. Not only because of the range we're trading in, but because there's a lot of uncertainty about how, the what the Fed presidents are going to say this week, and almost all of them are speaking. This week is stacked to the brim. JPowell's going to act like an invertebrate, isn't he? Well, he's either going to continue to reiterate his, hawkish pause policy, um, or he'll accidentally say something bearish. He did last time. Fed speakers need to smack the market down a bit. Well, currently it seems that they're less certain about banking, which I think is funny. Okay, so the 20-year recovered a little bit, back to 4, and the 30-year recovered a little bit as well. I mean, I don't know if it matters if they whisper rate cuts. The bond market's already pricing in the dot plot. Most of it. Have you heard the sort of pundits in regards to the 2% target? Everyone's saying, you know what, 3% wouldn't be that bad. It is in the long term. I think that happens every time the Fed targets lower inflation, though. Banking is strong. If they say it enough, it might be true. Well, if they say it enough, deposits might go up and make it true, right? I had a very interesting exchange of charts with Dork the other night that would infer that banking is not nearly as stable. Circumstantial evidence that banking is not the stable bastion of economic stability that people are assuming. They wouldn't dare mislead the American people. Got to do something to pull those deposits back, right? You have to create a sense of normalcy. Everybody with money moved their money into fucking brokerage accounts. Look at Schwab. Schwab's client assets fucking went up like 80 billion in the last 3 months. Glass-Steagall should protect us, right? Oh, yeah. So, Dave, about that. Awkward. Banking system is sound and resilient. Same like manifesting. I mean, as long as the Fed keeps giving them enough liquidity to pump the markets and they can maintain, you know, higher balances by pumping up their securities holdings, then sure. Except the cost to borrow that money is pretty high, right? It's the discount rate plus a premium. So it's really hard to roll that into any kind of meaningful yield to hold for maturity, right? So you take it and you buy equities. Then you know you can get the returns that longer maturity securities wouldn't be able to give you. The problem is when you're the pumper and also the dumper, the returns aren't great, right? Surely Dodd-Frank should be a backstop. Oh boy. Where have you been for the last 30 years? I was traveling last week and missed the jump in GME price and my chance to sell covered calls. When will I get a chance like that again? Ah. I still don't think it's a bad time to sell them. I mean, they're not worth as much, but it's not terrible. 2 weeks to a recession, Milani, not a crash. Well, it would appear that with the increase, almost completely identical rates, the tail risk on the CBOE's tail risk on SPX and the shedding of commercial bank mortgage-backed securities are in lockstep, which I thought was interesting. Commercial banks have been dropping mortgage-backed securities like a hot fucking potato for the last, well, since January. Who's buying the CMBS? Probably the Fed, right? You're going to use the CMBS to collateralize your loan from the backstop. Use that to pump equities while you blow off your mark-to-market securities. That way your books stay balanced, right? And then you dump your fucking equities at the top. That sounds healthy. No. Bill Huang is right. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't this market liquid? Oh, dork. No. I bought a call, so down. Okay. You're the only one who bought a call above 4,400. Dork made it funny and then timed out Cornub. Can you learn the pickle jar how to get as much leverage as Bill Huang? No. I think most people in here would manage it even more poorly than he did. He timed me out on Discord for an hour one time? Oh, damn. No, keep infighting. I like it. I want to hear that corp bonds are sound and resilient on news. So the corporate bond shit that I was showing Dork last night was more where are they going to fix this floating rate risk, right? Court bonds are, you know, not yielding equitably right now. I think that's pretty, especially against the backdrop of the TGA refilling, right? I think even more rate increases are not going to help that. I don't know where all these fucking tech companies are going to turn to for credit because no one's going to give it to them. And I can only assume because of their stock prices, their shareholders. Bank of Japan, that's kind of a different thing. But yeah, there's that's always true, right? So like the Bank of Japan thing's not like a big revelation or anything. It's just anytime interest rates in the US are high, it's been a while since we've had really high interest rates, but anytime interest rates are high, we'll always turn to more international multinationals will turn to more laissez-faire economies in order to get their you know rate-free loans. So it's not uncommon. It happened in the 70s and 80s. It happened in the mid 2000s. They're free money. So the conservative Bank of Japan is more how hard are they turning to you know that foreign margin, right? It's not that they are. It's we know they're going to, right? It's just how much are they leaning on it? How much risk are they creating? And and funneling assets into Bank of Japan, right? Because if yen were to spike, right, and they've converted all of that yen back to USD in order to leverage shit in US markets, they're going to be kind of trapped, right? BOJ is just another lending facility. We shouldn't think there's some crazy arbitrage or abuse that's occurring with the yen as a middleman of sorts of the USD and yuan. That's crazy. It is, exactly. I mean, the arbitrage really isn't that great, actually. It's mostly priced in. It's, like all arbitrage opportunities, taken advantage of. How much juice do you think Tesla has in it? It looked pretty bad going into the end of last week, but it's performing pretty well today. So I don't know. I mean, I've got 30 days or so before I have to worry about anything on it, and my sold calls are pretty well hedged. Not great. I'll take some loss if it doesn't fall back below 230 by then, but not a ton. It tested Gamma Max today, or close to Gamma Max. Futures picking up steam. I see. Dad, this doesn't look bullish. I know. What do? I mean, see if it breaks 43.50, then get more bearish. Then see if it breaks 43.20, get a little more bearish. Then see if it breaks, 42.44, then get really bearish. Then put stops on everything because you've gotten too bearish and you're about to get blown out. Rumor of Elon meeting with Modi and setting up a gigafactory in India. Who cares how many fucking factories Musk builds if nobody's gonna buy his fucking cars? I'm going to reiterate that their second largest market, car sales are down 60% year over year. Title? What? I would buy 3 Toyota solid state battery cars that don't exist before a Tesla. Yeah, I agree. Teslas are popular all over the US. I mean, they're pieces of shit, but that doesn't keep them from being popular. It's like iPods or iPhones or whatever Apple sells nowadays. The alternative car makers of goggles. The alternative car makers in China literally just walk into Elon's factory and told their people, make us the same thing. Trade secrets aren't a thing in China. Don't worry. I don't think Tesla's got any trade secrets. Just really, really awful end user agreements. Top 3 safest vehicles are Tesla. Wow. I mean, all EVs are safer than like motorized vehicles, right? Or gas powered vehicles. Because you don't have a 800-pound fucking weight in front of you when you ram into something. But having top 3 safety and bottom 3 reliability, it doesn't make for a great car company. Musk paid for that pool. I don't even think you're actually right, Magnanimous. Pickle jar resident Tesla bull. Actually, where are you getting this from? Tesla has one car in the mid-sized luxury SUVs that is highly rated for safety by the IIHS. They don't have a single other car on the list. Acura, Subaru, Toyota, Hyundai, Honda, Lexus, Kia, Toyota, Volkswagen, Acura, Infiniti, Volvo, Rivian all have more awards across more categories. And their top safety pick award winners, Tesla doesn't even make the list. One of the safest cars isn't the top 3 safest cars. One regret I have is not shorting Rivian harder at 140. Don't worry, it looks like Tesla's going to open up a lot of shorting opportunities soon. Pretty sure the Model Y is the second best-selling car in America. That also won't matter if American car sales drop even half of what China's car sales have dropped over the last year. Tesla's only highest in rolling, such a low center of gravity due to the batteries. But that's gonna be true for any electric car, right? Like all EVs are gonna have a shitload of battery weight on the under, like strapped to the undercarriage somewhere. He meant to say one of the top 3 safety cars that are built by electric only companies. Do you have any opinion on playing XSP for small ports versus SPY? It's better for selling options on, worse for buying them on. It does have similar tax treatment to SPX. It's okay for swing plays if you can find liquidity at your strike, but it has liquidity issues. So for trading it, not like especially intraday or short time frame, it's not great. Do you think this concentration of risk into top stocks of the S&P is intentional or just a byproduct of what they're doing? Both. I love how Magnanimous never has a response. Of course it won't be on. Oh, so now there's a conspiracy as to why it's not on the list? This sounds like a really great investment thesis, man. You keep going long Tesla. I'll keep going short Tesla. We'll see who wins. How about that? Let's say we talk in 1 year. Lucid Motors has the safest cars because there aren't any on the roads. 5 years? Ugh. All right. 1 year and 5 years. We'll revisit this, okay? What point do I win at? Tesla 100? I don't think they're going out of business. I just don't think they're worth what they're currently valued at. I've often heard you know that people have a lot of theta on bear call spreads. Well, specifically on SPX. What if you wanted to open a bear call spread for Tesla to be under 250 by August? Would you open and close? Wouldn't a debit spread be better than that? Like if you're targeting a specific price range, I feel like a debit spread would be better than a credit spread. So like a bear put spread versus a bear call spread. Because you know on something that's not cash settled, you're taking the risk of early assignment. I figure if Tesla hits 100, I win. That's my price target. If Tesla hits what 4, you win. You don't need to go in the money. You can buy the put out of the money and sell the other put out of the money. Core. He's talking about targeting 250. If Tesla hits 270, I win. You're not part of this. Why is BTC going up? Another bank failing? People are getting spooked by yields dropping, probably. Dixie's not had a great few days. But gold is still pretty flat, so I don't think it's entirely currency related. I just want to feel like I belong. In 5 years, I'll say it'll be closer to 1,000, if not over. I'm also friggin' hoping everyone drops it to 100 in the next year, because I'll still be buying with every spare cent. Jesus. Imagine having that much faith in a fucking idiot. You better hope Elon pulls his head out of his ass. Time to roll July 21s that are below 4,300. How far below 4,300? There's a lot of room there. I might go to 1,000 because the dollar will be worthless in 5 years. The Tesla people told me the same shit when I was shorting it in like November of 21. The signal was Burry pulling out. I would never buy anything at IPO. I forgot about add the money spreads. I was too focused on debit spreads below. No worries. If it became publicly traded, I don't know, maybe. I don't think Elon's in a position where he can like split that off though. Mm, there's still calls at 4,400, but no one's buying above. So if I win, you buy a Tesla share at the peak. Okay. There was a time to be long Tesla. I don't think you've picked the right window. Asking as a bespectacled Brit, what is born on third base and thought he hit a triple mean? Donka? It's kind of like a. How do I explain this to someone who's British? It's a way of describing like, you know, children that benefit from nepotism, but think that they've beat the game. Born with a silver spoon stuck up their ass. It doesn't mean they have a hairy taint. Is it the perfect time? It's about to drop hard while still expanding Shanghai. Tesla and building a new plant in Mexico. Bro, they could sell their vehicles at 0% profit and still have enough. They wouldn't make any money if they did that. And none of the oil companies are competing with them for charging infrastructure. But let me tell you, they all have a lot more cash. Why is it usually pundits on the left shitting on Musk and pundits on the right praising him? It's kind of weird, in my opinion. I don't worship the guy, but I think it would be ludicrous to call him an idiot. Can you expand on why you hate Musk in some detail? Well, I think he's a liar and a con man. I think he's consistently lied to his shareholders about every company he's run since PayPal. Um, so first, that one. I don't like C-suite that lies to shareholders. I'm pretty against it, generally speaking. I think he's made several atrocious business decisions as far as Tesla is concerned in the last 3 years, and is now trying to save the last bastion of his wealth as Twitter drives him into the ground financially. Um, he is egotistical and pompous, which he probably deserves some of. He has been successful, but he is not doing the right things with his money, and he is not generating any value for his shareholders that he's grifting. So I think that's why I dislike him. It really nothing political. I don't really care about his political ideologies. I think he's a bit of a weirdo and a nerd, but isn't everyone? Has he toned it down a little, or just waiting for the next thing to hop on? I want to be the coolest kid in the classroom vibes from him, and he does all the wrong things to make that happen. Fair enough. Can't really argue that. Gotta love 719 VIX and the money puts, pricing VIX at 17, 16 when it's at 14. Really wants to find put buyers. Lots of exposure there peeling off tomorrow. Must promise a full self-driving when I was still in school, I feel like, and delayed their trucks so much the companies that didn't exist beat them to the market. How does that affect their close to 20% profit margin per car? Wow, tweet bad. Their profit margins are not 20% per car. Is this like your fucking IIHS highway safety data? I'd love to know where you do your research. Where can I research the copium I want? If you build pieces of shit and convince people it's worth more money, you'll have good profit margins. I don't like Musk because he was terrible on SNL. Tesla accountants, same like cartel accountants, very good accountants. They do have good accountants. So does everyone else. They all use the same four firms, right? I used to really like Musk, but that changed when he started to put the emphasis on grift instead of just letting people in his companies do the cool stuff in peace. Yeah, I mean, I owned Tesla for a long time. I bought a lot of Tesla during the COVID crash, but it seemed prudent to sell it when it was massively overvalued. Listen, I like Musk because he never looks a gift horse in the eyes. Shareholder value, Dewey, CEO of Rice and Bean Jelly Hole, is share value, not price. Having a price that is detached from the value is not creating shareholder value. Not in the long run, right? And we can look at the Tesla 5-year chart. I'm more than happy to. It's currently overvalued again. You see down here? This is closer to the value generated. The actual value. That's not how that works. You buy quality production companies, slowly turn their products into pieces of shit until you've milked the name recognition dry. Someday that guy will figure out that those shares are 10x despite Musk, not because of Musk. Is there goal to close VIX below 14? Ideally, yeah. Why is the goal to close VIX below 14? That's the expiration that benefits the market maker the most. Is that expiration on VIX prior to open tomorrow? Yeah, it's the AM expiration. PBR ripping? I know Sisyphus. Up like 30 on shares, 30% on shares. Nice. Yeah, PBR has been doing pretty good. I hope the dividends persist. Did you get the most recent one? Nice. Yeah, I just have it on drip. I'm pretty okay with buying it sub like 15. After that, I'm not interested in buying more, but So if it keeps climbing, I'll probably turn drip off. You think we'll see a breakdown again below 43.90 today? We might. I mean, I think the most interesting thing about today is we're not seeing any call buying above 4,400. So, if we're just gonna see a breakdown in short put positions, that still opens up the downside. It might pull back some of the momentum potential, but it still opens up a lot more downside, right? I think a lot of today is repositioning, and we've stayed in within the expected range, so maybe even a little better than expected on the bear side. Some EC. Yeah, I've never been super interested in EC, but they look like they're doing pretty well as well. I liked PBR because it was being priced down due to the political turmoil, but I didn't think that the new party in government in Brazil was going to do anything to stem the flow of PBR's dividends, since the Brazilian government is one of the primary recipients of that dividend, and so I thought that the pricing was unfair. Um, and so far it's recovered nicely. There's been a shocking lack of regulatory scrutiny. Who would have thought? There's a lot of money to be made in presuming that everyone's a piece of shit. That's why I invested in Spanx. Beautiful. You think Upstart will keep dumping or stabilize at 30? What are the major resistances on the way down? 30 and 25. I think it'll keep dumping. I mean, I think it's going to take time, right? Liquidity's scarce for Upstart, and we're really going to need like probably a decent downtrend in indices in order for enough liquidity to become available that they're able to bring it into the price range that they've targeted. But the shorts are there; they're not leaving. The dot plot got scaled up, so the credit markets are going to stay unstable a little while longer at least. And then this has gone on so long now without really bringing inflation under control that we risk seeing another surge of inflation, right? Especially as we get into like the beginning of next year. And we may start to see evidence of that at the beginning of or the end of this year. And I think none of that benefits Upstart in the short term, right? That you combine that with the fact that we're definitely heading into a credit crunch. You know, Lending is going to kind of fall off until we find that stability in the credit markets. I think that the headwinds that support the bear case are still very much in place. So and bears will short it on that alone, right? It's definitely overvalued right now because they're not making the revenues that they were in 2021. So, and until that money starts flowing in a tangible way over a few quarters, I would say that yeah, it's more likely that it's going to go down more than up. It is moderately benefited from the fact that all of the available liquidity on it pretty much comes from bots, and bots is getting squeezed like fucking crazy because of NVIDIA. BRICS Consortium goes live 8/22. Do you see an opportunity similar to the Euro GBP volatility on Brexit? No. You've got like a bunch of failed states and China making a currency together. I don't think anybody's going to trust it. Brick Sim like 5 kids in a trench coat. I think the media has been pushing bricks a lot lately because it creates a lot of fear. But it's kind of meaningless, at least right now. Been shitting bricks. It's been brought up a lot over the last like 6 months, but it's starting to gain more mainstream traction. It's just that all of those countries' wealth greatly depends on manufacturing and oil, and we're hitting like global recessions probably everywhere, which is gonna fucking destroy manufacturing over the next 5 years. And then the U.S. has more than enough oil to disrupt the oil market for as long as they want. Just because we buy their oil doesn't mean we need their oil. We just buy their oil so we don't have to extract our own. But if we start extracting our own, those countries will be crushed. All of them. That's why you never use your supply first. Yep. Except for the Saudis who just bought their stake in the PGA. Well, I guess they'll have golf. I mean, those countries are all freaking out because the US is making isolationist moves, right, in their policy. And they're all reliant on, printing US dollars for their own benefit. And if that gets pulled back, those countries are fucked. So they're trying to hedge. I know a guy who works for someone big, and he spilled beans about the largest players investing heavily into quantum computing. He said they all believe in collective consciousness and are able to quantify market sentiment in real time. Bullshit? Yeah, it sounds like it. There's no viable use case for quantum computing right now. there's no quantum computers capable of any of the potential use cases. Enron has re-entered the chat. Quantum computers will be a game changer once they're viable. We're still like a decade out. Before 2030, maybe. Those scientific hurdles tend to take a lot longer than anticipated in practice. Could bulls pump it more above 4,400 before letting it drop tomorrow? We'll see what happens with VIX. There currently doesn't seem to be any interest in raising the price above 4,400 today. There's almost no calls out of the money. Why did you want margin on your TradingView account? My WeBull account? You can't get margin. TradingView is just charting software. Everything is always 30 years out. Yeah, in 30 years we're gonna have little tiny suns powering all our homes, where we're taken care of by our AI sex bots, and quantum computing makes us money all day. Because I can't open like spreads or anything on it. Also, it had like the account had too much money in it for it to be cash still. So I'm gonna convert it over, withdraw a bunch of money, and then grow it back up again. Is there other trading software that is as bad as TradingView? Asking because I hate Pine Editor. The Pine script's kind of stupid. I mean, just use Python and like IBKR or something. The only way a quantum computer would accomplish that is if it was manufacturing the sentiment and we reliably gobbled it up. Quantum computing will probably initially do a lot more harm than good, right? That's the end of blockchain. I asked ChatGPT to remove my stop loss functionality from my IBKR account and stole my money and give it to Putin. Quantum computing would be the end of all internet security. Yeah. Well, yeah, current. NordVPN Quantum Edition. How do we know that? We don't have functional quantum computing yet. They're theoretically resistant to quantum computing, right? That doesn't mean they are resistant. Bitcoin will be dead. Why are there no lines below the point SPX is at? Is below that line Doomsday? I don't have any lines drawn on SPX. Here. I have them over here. Ugh. Can we get Elon's thoughts on this? I mean, I think his thoughts on it are we should totally ban this technology until my new startup is able to catch up to its competition. I bought a Tesla 818 270p 20 minutes ago, and I'm now up US dollars 250. Time to take profits. I don't think that covers your fees. BTC will be dead not because of quantum computing, but by then BTC will have died on its own. They aren't a 1 or a 0 until they're observed. Do you think Elon is the first one to impregnate an AI robot? China's not allowed to have AI chips. Elon's half kid, half Cybertruck is gonna have a lot of issues to unpack in therapy slash the mechanic. Do you remember Bald Elon? I do, yeah. Large scale distributed natural intelligence machines, warehouses of mechanical Turks. Are you writing a book? Is there meaningful support on Upstart around 33? No, not really. Most of the interest is like 35 and 30. I don't know, Mike Miho. Is this a lead up to a joke or are you genuinely asking? What annoys you most is that AI isn't actually AI right now. Yeah, this is true. But we're very far away from like general and like artificial general intelligence. That's still many that's several leaps beyond our current tech. I think what's more concerning is that AI is probably large, like generative AI is probably going to be largely used as an educational tool, and yet it can only ever teach what it's been taught. So it can't form new ideas, right? Or novel ideas. Which could do more harm than good in the longer term. If AGI is measured against average human, we're not that far off. You could say the same thing about dolphins and higher apes. I've seen ChatGPT give some flat out wrong answers to the questions on occasion. It doesn't bode well for education. I think what bodes worse is it when it gives the wrong answer intentionally for the purposes of education, right? ChatGPT confidently giving the wrong answers makes it more like human intelligence? Maybe. How does AI actually affect Lily? Is it going to randomly mix ingredients to new pharma drugs? Yeah. Although I still feel like quantum computing would be a much bigger step for that industry. AI is still going to be like even generative AI is going to be important. Well, it's fine for AI to be stupid or average as long as it's not being held to a greater standard, right? The problem is if you know, as it becomes more and more ingrained in society, and it becomes held to a higher standard, um, and it's, you know, lying or confidently incorrect, that poses issues. I can mix those drugs for half the price now. curious, have you read the Bitcoin Standard or anything to form your opinion about it? If not, what has formed your opinion about Bitcoin? You mean my opinion that it's worthless? Well, it is. It has no intrinsic value besides what's assigned to it. But that's true of most currencies. It breaks down our social constructs that we've put in place for law and order, um, in the hopes of adopting I assume a freer society. But society is going to push back against that, right? That's what society is built to do. It's built to crush, insurrection of any kind, and Bitcoin, adopted as a currency, would be. It only benefits early adopters. There's security risks. Wallets can be lost. The natural deflationary mechanism of it, becomes a greater and greater problem over time. Especially when faced with the idea of what to actually spend it on, considering it can't really be transacted in any meaningful way. Are we gonna get a Charmadillo today? No. Charmadillo is for expiration day. I mean, right now, most of the valuation that has been added to Bitcoin is just to use it as leverage for hedge funds, right? Which is the antithesis of what it was made for. Does the price action on SPX the past few days feel like the beginning of a turnaround to you? Yes. It's still very early, but yes, it is starting to look like one. Vixoraptor for tomorrow. Will BTC hit sub 1,000 this year? Not unless it gets like outlawed or something. Wind downs. Gork, my put's safe. Wait, I thought you were up on your puts. What happened? Did you overhold them again? I sold them? What are you worried about? There's someone else's problem now. Just felt right for 22 months. All right. Yep, I know quite a lot about Tradeitics, and no, it's not useful. It's a big fucking waste of money. Like most online stock pickers and charting software. What I find ironic about Bitcoin is people say it's a mechanism to change society to be more equitable, but almost everyone in it is hoping to get rich off of it by being early adopters. Well, that's who it benefits, right? Early adopters. I covered that with the deflationary part of it. It's just like a utopian doomer dream. right? 90% of the people that are really into Bitcoin are just really into that idea. So they're buying and holding it either to get rich or as an ideology, and it's a waste of time. I mean, you put Bitcoin in direct competition with, you know, sovereign currencies, and Bitcoin is going to get crushed under the weight of law. BTC, same like Infinity Pool. Yeah. Imagine monetary policy, instead of being ruled by unqualified geriatrics the world over, is ruled by that one guy from the 4chan thread in 2011. I'm here for it. Do you Carvana, Girk? I shorted Carvana this morning. Well, I sold spreads and bought puts on it. This place near me has a BTC ATM, was a dispensary, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Followed shortly with, but I don't need it. Bye. 36K to 1 split coming up, guys. Press F to pay respects to your bond spreads. I remember years ago seeing interviews with straight up child talking about how they want to open a crypto investing firm simply because they got lucky and bought some before it pumped. Was it Sam Bankman Fraud? Freed? Sorry. Is he in fucking jail yet? Or did everyone just forget? He was locked up at Margaritaville. I mean, that sounds way worse than a U.S. penitentiary. Nobody would ever go to jail if you just had Jimmy Buffett on repeat. Affable chap. He's asking the judge to throw out elements of his transgressions. He was blinded by that sweet, sweet ass. Right? He didn't know what was going on with the money. How could he have? He was honeypotted. I'm sure in return for his testimony, he'll spend no longer than 5 years in prison. Holy fuck, today's long. I sold my puts on my calls, and now I'm just waiting on it to end. That's because tomorrow's September. Oh, shit. How much theta is worth buying on SPX spreads? Selling? Or debit? I mean, debit spreads, it tends to benefit having... They tend to be benefited by having more theta. Yeah, I mean, credit spreads, you know, that's a different story. But debit spreads, theta's king. Because it's, I mean, relatively priced, right? I bought calls earlier and then I sold them at the top. I just want to remind everybody that I sold the exact top. Then I got lunch. I sold the mid. Alright. Do you have any concerns about the Bulls catching ground here? No. At least not right now. Those sentences that sound sensical but don't make sense. Like, more people have to be in Paris than me, and DRS the float. I say let them have their dreams. Shh, Mont. You're right though. I did. I sold 39.95 or 43.95. Oh, I wish it was 39.95. What a world we'd be living in. I sold puts at the bottom. Nice. Not greedy. Good job. I didn't quite hit the bottom with my puts. But close enough. Did end of day call buying commence? There is basically no end of day call buying occurring at all right now. Actually. There's almost no calls. Is anyone doing anything with the options besides straddling? Probably not. If JPOW is real hawkish with the house tomorrow, no one's gonna like that, right? How about end of day put buying? A little bit. 43.85, 43.80. I think this week's gonna be kind of a grind unless we pick up volatility tomorrow. Like, if we don't pick up any substantial volatility tomorrow, I think this week's gonna be kind of grindy but down. So maybe we get below the 43.50 level, maybe not. Might just end up kind of at it, you know? If we do get some momentum and VIX does pick up, we could go below. like below the collar, maybe even hit gamma neutral this week. Sold off my Tesla puts to get 1,260. Bought a hedge, got stopped out, rebought a hedge, stopped out a second time. Do you think you're maybe getting stopped out of your hedge a bit soon, considering Tesla's still trading at 270? You gotta, I think, maybe zoom out a little bit. You're too, yeah, you're a little too hyper focused on the current price and not like the greater trend. That's very easy to do. I see I didn't miss much in the last 4 hours. SPY July 420p is going to see a better exit later this week. They hit 30 DTE tomorrow. I'm well aware. We'll see. With the VIX expiration tomorrow, I didn't expect as much as we got today. I was surprised that we saw sub 43.75, even if it was just briefly. So I'll take it, and then we'll see how the breakdown continues. We had 2.2 trillion in expiries on Friday, so it's not like it's a small amount of money moving around. And a lot of those profits look like they're going, well, at least most of today look like they're going directly into 5, 10, 20, and 30-year treasuries. 1 second. I'm going to get a drink real fast. I'll be right back. Yep, VIX just under 14 again. Hmm. Oh, it's power hour. FSLR's getting shit on today. That's kind of nice. Tech is stable. For the most part. Microsoft, Google, and AMD getting battered a little bit. Baba got fucking hammered today with the CEO news. Baba's probably going to continue to get hammered. Can we have a bearish power hour song? I'd feel better about it if something bearish happened. No buyers over 4,400, but why no sellers? The sellers sold at 4,450, right? Could be, but we have the JPOW speech tomorrow, right? It begins tomorrow. It's tomorrow and so Wednesday and Thursday this week. Play Bare Necessities on your local device so we don't bring Mickey's Wrath on the channel. I can't even hum it. YouTube will get me. One second. JPod knocked on Greg's door and is asking for advice tomorrow. I think that's the end of today's stream. How come nobody told me we were going to sell all our GME every time it touches 2450? What? John Hickenlooper dumped millions in stock on 615. Okay. Our bank governor implied no recession and market rallied. What country do you live in? They can't seem to get the 4400s in the money. They don't seem to have any goal of getting the 4400s in the money. I think the 4400s are purely there as a way to close short puts. Yeah, there's no calls beyond 4400 today at all. Like, they're not buying anything out. Nobody's buying shit out of the money. Like 4405, 4410, 4415, 4425, dead. Fucking zero interest. 4450 looks to be mostly sold calls. Cambodia? Australia. Oh, I don't know if anybody paid attention to the Turkey play, but there was a bit of a development on that front. The new head of their central bank, they're having their first policy meeting on the 22nd, and they're going to raise the central bank rate to 30%. How do you feel about 4385 P0 DTEs? They have potential. I don't know if we'll get the breakdown you want there. There's support at 4390. But we might. It would probably be a little later. You shorting Turkey? Yeah, yeah. Not a single person in that play, not even you. 30%, I believe, from 8.25. My brother-in-law is from Turkey and was supposedly the Turkish James Bond. Okay. So he sold hot dogs on the corner. Took a break from Diablo to stop by and say, "Great stream card today." Thanks. It was an old one. It was done by Average Joe, who's still around sometimes, although employed now. When Express squeeze? No squeeze. Did you think it was gonna squeeze? I'm not. I'm not targeting a squeeze. Maybe a slow move up over the next couple years to like all stock squeeze. That's hyperbolic. Taking a break from Diablo to say nice ween. Why the fuck am I not playing Diablo right now? Dole didn't squeeze. It just doubled in price since it was a Pickles pick. Are you on WT4 yet? No, because I keep making new characters. I've got an idea. Play Diablo. That's really not. %, same as squeeze? Interesting. You're hydrophonic. Is that same like wet fart? Just get someone to level you to 50. Eh. Sorcerer was really cool for a minute. I'm finally heading back to 20 over the next week or two. Next several weeks, more likely. I think it's gonna take probably like a couple months to come down. Give me your passwords, Girk. I'll level your characters. No thanks, Brandon. Wouldn't Pickle Clan? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I'll make one. I think more importantly, win SPX back to 43.75. Why is it not right now? This should be it, right? This pump's like going nowhere. Momentum's building to the downside. This piece of shit just needs to fail already. I want us to close down greater than 50 BPS. Rogue is most fun to play. I haven't played Rogue yet. I played Sorcerer and like a little bit of Druid. Those were meh. I have a Barb and a Necro that I'm leveling. If you make a Pickle Clan, I'll be forced to buy the game. You could probably wait a couple years. I got bored running Nightmare Dungeons in Diablo. Got on No Man's Sky Expedition instead. Maybe D4 Clan would get me back in. Rogue is more boring than Necro, in my opinion. Well, Necro has more, like, viable builds, right? I mean, it seems like... I know this isn't a gaming stream, but it seems like Blizzard's design philosophy is they forgot to put in a good endgame, and so they're gonna nerf everything until they can fix that, right? So that by nerfing things, they just put the end game further and further out of reach. So it becomes this unattainable goal until they can fill it with some actual content. Yeah, so one of the first things they did was nerf all of the necro summons, Urugrus. I played StarCraft like a long time ago. I never got good at it because I don't type fast and I have like fat fingers. Also, like managing micros, a nightmare. There isn't supposed to be an endgame yet. This release is mostly about the story. Here's the problem, though, Wessel's Pretzels, is nobody in the history of Diablo has ever played it for the fucking story. They play it to get those sweet fucking dopamine hits of fucking dope items dropping, and for the power fantasy of blowing everything up really, really fast. Big numbers, big damage, big kill everything. The story sucks balls. If I have to read one more fucking Reddit post about dads of 57 children finding time in their busy sex life to play through brief snippets of the story and really enjoying it, I mean, that's kind of where it ends. I'm really not going to do anything about it, but it is infuriating. Listen, it's hard to find time. Then just like here's what I don't understand about those people who are like, I only can play 1 hour a week, so I really like the current rate of progression. Like, what? Why don't those people just fuck off? Give Blizzard their money and enjoy the story. Why do they feel that their opinion merits voicing on the internet? Uh, being on the internet you should have like a driver's license for using the internet. Like some people are allowed to after a series of tests, and others simply are not. It's far too democratic in its current state because they spend their 1 hour a week on Reddit. Yeah, and they write this like 60-page treatise on, how much fun they're having with their friends, slow progressing through the game. Like, these people need to go out and touch grass. You're playing too much. The 60 pages were chat GPT generated. Freedom of speech is guaranteed by the Constitution, not by the internet. Tell that to everyone who got banned from Twitter and is now back on Twitter. My old neighbor thinks telephone poles are the internet. He writes diatribes and staples his opinion to every telephone pole. It's mildly infuriating. Or maybe just kind of sad that no one cares about him enough to get him mental help. I don't like Elden Ring. It was not good. Sound like when they introduced social credit score in the USA? Yeah. And then ideally people have to wear it and there's like a number and you can be like, oh, that guy's like a 480. I'm not talking to him, right? And you can just move on with your day. Disco Elysium, the economic satire alone will have you cracking up. I've never played that. Congratulations, Papa Muff. Like the Black Mirror episode? Exactly. Like it can just list your qualifications and your score. And then if you don't have any qualifications, people don't have to talk to you about things. And every time you make a post on the internet, it puts that little like badge up. So everyone knows where you stand in the social strata. I was holding a decent bag on a stock, RCAT, that's pumping, most of all in a long time today. And that situation, is it more likely to pump a few days, or this could be it? Let me take a look at it. Oh, yeah, these don't look to be long-lived. Um, at least the peaks of these runs don't seem to be. I would say, unless it's based on some kind of news, which it appears to be, surges 30% on partnership. TL2 military grade drones. Okay, so defense sector AI applications. I'd probably scale back a little bit on the initial pump at least, and then, see where it goes. It has not had persistent periods of price improvement. They tend to be very short-lived, and it looks like they get fucking crushed very rapidly. So I would at least consider scaling back my positioning a bit. If this is what you were holding it for, right? If you're holding it as like a long-term hold and you believe in the potential of the company over time, then you would just ignore this. They kind of did that social credit score at Nike HQ. They put number of years at Nike on their ID badges so people can brag about it. They did this to get the people to wear their badges. Interesting. Sounds like it would have been successful. No problem, Renew. It was very successful. It also kept people from going into the kitchen R&D area. Okay. Was it because those are the longest dated employees and they felt shamed? Nope. I guess we're not going to see 43.85. Or are we? Such a tough choice. I don't think I've ever drank coffee in a paper cup. I usually I get my coffee iced, so it always comes in plastic cups. But you have that. That already exists, Bob. I don't know. I just feel like when you read a post on the internet, right? There should be some sort of system where it's like, you know, lethargic masturbator is a 47-year-old man that lives with his parents in Bloomsfield, Kentucky, in their basement of their 2-bedroom home. He graduated at the bottom of his high school class in 2002 and has done nothing since. Then I can weigh his statement against, that backdrop, right? Wait, that hurt my feelings. They have had issues with sneaker releases. They spent $2 million on a release only for people to post pics of them early on Insta. Why don't they should just use NFTs, right? I absolutely agree. I think we can all agree that Lenixis really approved that. All due respect, but that guy probably knows quite a bit about Diablo. I know, exactly. So regardless of his credit, like social credit score, I'm going to listen to what he has to say because he's put 20 hours in the game a day since beta, right? But I also want to see like Chad Hendricks, father of 52, has copious sex with wife, very little time to play Diablo on the average day, is a programmer for Meta, and has worked on several projects, including Facebook video. Because I'm not gonna listen to that guy when it comes to my video games, you know? Your mind is a fascinating place. it's it's unkempt. Regards, Kiki. It's extremely unkempt. In video game subs, you'll see a lot of 16-year-old who has less friends than testicles and frequents 4chan. What are you drinking? It's some sort of energy drink. It's called Alani Nu. I was given a case of them by someone who invested a bunch of money into them. They're not bad. Tastes like Kool-Aid. No, not by a sponsor. Pickle Financial has no sponsors. It sounds like a pyramid scheme. I'm in. I like how there was no hesitation there taking off Friday. Except Raid Shadow Legends. They already got their slot this week. Dork, don't push it. Those things are super sugary. They have no sugar. They do have 200 milligrams of caffeine. The most fascinating thing I've heard you speak on was your method to truly getting rid of your crypto. Helicopter crossing the Atlantic, randomly dumping it into the sea. I don't know if a helicopter could make the trip. You'd probably have to island hop. Why is NVIDIA pumping to all-time highs? Why not? I don't know. I haven't traded any 0DTs since I started drinking it. You should chug one and play Street Fighter. Well, we end. It looks like we're gonna end today at 4390 or 4400, which is good. Do you think GME could look? Do you think the Nvidia chart could look like GME someday? Could they short it to death, please? Well, right now they're just selling naked calls on it, buying them back, letting it pump, and then selling naked calls on it again. So that's how they're making their money. They're not really shorting it to death currently. So strangle 4390, 4400. Well, I guess if we get back to 4395 again, yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. I sold my house. Time to full port NVIDIA puts so I can buy a cardboard box to sleep in. Or alternatively, you could just sell bear call spreads on it for ridiculous premiums until there's some confirmation of downside. And then you'll have a bunch of credit. Is it just me or did this trading day feel super long? It was. It was super long and awful and boring. Also, still shorter dated calls, longer dated puts. Yeah, yeah. I think at these levels, I'm all about that still. Reminder that NVIDIA added a Mitsubishi motor in today's market cap. Oxy's in a cheap spell, slightly safer than 0DTEs. Oxy's reasonably priced right now, but its valuation may not improve dramatically in the near term. I think if you're buying Oxy and you don't at least have a couple year window on the purchase, you should probably reconsider it. The expectation is for them to turn some of that free cash flow towards share buybacks and some expansion, but that may not that may not be the case in the near future, right? Or oil pumps and it rockets, and then that works too. But what has to happen for us to see any price action beyond the first and last 10 minutes of the day? What we did. We fucking bounced hard from the low. And then that was it. So we dropped and then we bounced and then we dwindled down since. I had calls on the day itself, went long. Oh, you know what I actually love? So CME has they're coming out with event contracts. You could just bet on stupid shit like SPX will close above 43.80 today, right? It's pretty fun. It's really degenerate stock market gambling. Yeah, what? Exactly. Literally gambling. How is that not a call? It's not called that. You get money when you win. Yeah, hold on. I'll describe the product to you. So CME event contracts. Event contracts offer the most intuitive, straightforward way to access 11 of the world's most important futures market. Explore short-term, limited risk contracts that streamline how you can take part in these benchmark markets. Right now, will Bitcoin close above 250? Right? Yes and no contracts. Will E-mini S&P 500 close above 4440? And these are trading live. Will Nasdaq 100 close above 15250? Will Russell 2000 close above 1890? Let's see. Gold settled at 1950. So a few of these are closed. Oh, they have the Dow Jones Industrial Average above 34,400. Currently no is trading at an $18 discount to yes. The light sweet crude oil settled at 71.50, but it's okay. Another event's going to open up in an hour and 45 minutes. How much are these contracts for a friend? I don't know if they're multiplicative like an option, right? So it says that the max return is $17, but I don't know if it's is it 1750 times 100? I think it's you just buy it and you're either right or wrong. I don't know if there's any transacting of the contracts. How do I sell condors on this? Are we talking binary options? Yeah. God damn, those things are fucked. Remember Halliburton was 28 billion market cap, but made 21 billion in revenue in 2022 to 2023 with 3.8 billion profits in profit. Hashtag NVIDIA. Right? It's been a little while. Someone blew up my port. Fuckers. Anyway, I'm back and happy to say I never lost my billionaire status. Welcome back, Nicolaire. I assume that you've done some things and that port is no longer blown up. Well played. I like that you're pretending you haven't bought them already. I would never buy this garbage. Yeah. I mean, shit like this always has the potential to make money, right? Because it's new. So what will the inevitable derivatives of that contract look like? Does Dan M guess right on his bet on the E-mini? Guess yes or no? Exactly. You can't sell theta on them. You would just pick the opposing side, right? What's going on with Oxy? I don't know. Oxy and Zom both got kind of hammered today. I mean, oil prices fell, but some of the oil stocks aren't doing so poorly. Yeah, and I would never sell my body behind the Wendy's dumpster. Sure thing, Gurk. Sure thing. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not enticing, right? But I'm not sure how the pricing works on them. Yeah, I do want to learn more about event contracts. Event contracts are $20 increment, daily expiring products that allow market participants to trade their views on daily up or down price moves in some of the world's most trusted benchmark equity index, energy, metals, and foreign currency futures markets with risk limited to the amount of the trade. So it's just a binary play something on that site. What do you mean? Like one of their videos? Can I just hold on?
Event contracts.
Hold on. Oh, here we go. Make a bet? I don't think I have these active in any of my brokers. I have no idea how to do one. Win School of Stocks video on event contract? Thank you, regards, Kiki. I'll have to see how to set them up. You can trade your view on whether the price of key futures markets will move up or down by the end of each day's trading session. You need to open an account with a participating brokerage firm supporting event contracts. Find participating firms here. Okay. IBKR supposedly has them. Tradeovate, EdgeClear, Optimus, Blue Line, and Iron Beam. I'll have to see how to turn them on IBKR. Oh wait, hold on. Event contracts are just like any other CME group contract. You may trade to exit your position before the daily expiration. Contract opens 6 p.m. Eastern, settles 4 p.m. Eastern. Ooh. And then metals settle earlier at 1:30. Euro FX settles at 3 p.m. Crude and nat gas settle at 2:30. Oh, you can trade Bitcoin futures too. Totally decentralized, guys. Contract specifications can be found here. There's several price levels on both the yes and no sides of the market, and these price levels reflect different probabilities. To calculate the probability of a position, multiply the cost by 5. For example, if you pay $15 to predict yes, then the market is suggesting there's a 75% chance of the product closing above the listed price. Can we use this as like an indicator? I wonder how popular these are. Pickles Pig is about to get dumbed down for us. I just got offered a regional management position that doubles my salary. Today is a good day. Also, I have no friends to tell, and y'all here is all I've got as of late. I hope y'all did well today. Today was pretty good. Congratulations, though, Tyler. That's awesome, man. Black Shoals easy mode. They almost make it sound like not gambling. I'm in. It's purely gambling. Delayed quotes are available on cmegroup.com. You can also access quotes through participating brokers here. Oh my god, they have courses on yes and no? Oh, you can bet on key economic events? This is so fucking degenerate. I didn't realize how bad it was. Okay, Dirk, we gotta figure out a way to break this. An event contract is successful if the price is greater or less than a predicted level. If the settlement price is exactly at a predicted price, it will be treated as unsuccessful and settled at $0. It's like stock roulette. You know, none of the casinos I've been to have ever had a coin flipping game. Kirk, did I buy enough theta on my yes no contracts? I'm 2 minutes out and 90% in the yes money. Yes or no as a strategic investment. I have my straddle. I'm already in it, Yaga. That's okay. But thank you for reminding me. I do forget sometimes. And then I have to hedge with futures. Well, not anymore. Now I can just buy one yes and one no contract, right? Fuck. Just wait till 6 p.m., buy a yes, buy a no, write it out. How much is the yes no straddle? It depends on what probabilities the market's pricing in, right? So theoretically, you could straddle yes no at a price point and underpay for the outcome. Right when I jump in the meeting, GG, ding ding. Enjoy your meeting. Well, that's the end of today. We closed with the 4390s out of the money, although they weren't really a relevant level. More importantly, 4400 calls, 0 DT closed out of the money. I mean, it looks good. We've got the VIX expiration, so let's see if VIX starts to get a little more mobile going into tomorrow and J-Pow's congressional testimony. Hopefully we start to see VIX pick up a little now that we're past the monthly expiration, and that can open up a lot more downside potential. CFD/futures, yeah, right. We're just legalizing CFDs in the US. This is fantastic news. I'm gonna do some degenerate shit with these once I figure out how to use them. So, yeah, SPX closing a little bit above the 50 BPS level that I was kind of hoping for, but not terrible. NQ down 14 BPS today. So NQ's recovery driving a lot of the S&P recovery today. Russell down 50 BPS, Dow down 78. Crude recovered a bit into the end of the day, finishing the day at negative 86, so about 120 BPS up from where it was. And most of the most recent drop in crude was due to China's reopening not really being nearly on track enough. If we pull out here and take a look at kind of the longer term analysis here, you know, we rejected we rejected off of the resistance here at like 43.67. Saw a slight bounce, formed a bear flag. It looks like we're dropping off of that into the end of the day. The lack of call interest today was surprising. There wasn't really a fight to drive prices higher, only a fight to stabilize them. You know, it could be that we're going to continue to see the deleveraging from the 616 expiration into the middle of this week, as T+2 resolves, and the VIX expiration tomorrow. We're still looking to move below, you know, this 43.50 and 43.20 levels before we really can confirm that we're moving into you know, a downward trend. And, you know, that gives a very narrow range for downward potential, right? If we assume that 0 DTEs are going to be bought in this range. It's not a ton of room, but a little bit. So confirming early might be beneficial here at like the 43.50 or 43.20 level. Scaling into short positions as we continue to realize downside. I did spell collar wrong. Huh. Whatever. No, I didn't. That's an A. Fuck you, dick. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys made a little bit of money on puts today. I know it wasn't spectacular, but it was decent for what it was. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody. Later.